Imagine slipping beneath roaring waves, drifting across endless desert sands, and lifting the veil on myths you thought you knew, only to find sprawling cities older than any empire hiding in plain sight. As you settle into bed tonight, let these echoes from our forgotten past lull you into a world lost to floods, fire, and silence. Across every continent lie relics so vast, so intricate, and so perfectly aligned that they defy explanation. Who raised those monuments? When did they thrive? Why did they vanish beneath rising tides? From Atlantis's drowned avenues to Agartha's secret vaults, this isn't a dry history lesson. It's an invitation to wonder. One by one, you and I will uncover civilizations time tried to erase, right here on Sleepy History Chronicles, and we'll dare to ask, what if the flood didn't end the world but simply rebooted it? What hidden stories slipped away with the tides? Before your eyelids grow heavy, tap subscribe and ring the bell. Our adventure only deepens. And before sleep carries you off, tell me in the comments, where are you watching from? And what time is it in your corner of the world? Because if these vanished empires taught us anything, it's that timing is everything. Picture Atlantis once more. A flash of water, a whisper of memory, an echo older than any scripture, guiding you into the night. Picture yourself on a windswept shoreline at dawn, salt wind stinging your cheeks as waves crash in endless foaming crescendos. Somewhere beyond the breakers lies a truth older than stone, a city of rings and waterways, described in a voice so ancient that it slipped through time until Plato gave it shape. This is the story of Atlantis, not as a bedtime fable, but as a warning carved into the bedrock of human memory. Plato tells us that in the days of Solon, long before Athens raised its marble pillars, an Athenian statesman travelled to Egypt and sat before priests whose scrolls predated Greek thought itself. There, he learned of a mighty island beyond the pillars of Heracles, resplendent with temples of orichalcum, its fields irrigated by engineering that rivaled our own. Kings descended from gods ruled a disciplined people whose navy could blot out the sun in a single armada crossing the seas. Listen closely. Their world thrived in concentric rings of land and water, a city planned like a living mandala. Imagine glistening canals circling the heart of their sprawled metropolis, roads of stone leading from gilded harbours into inner sanctums, where philosophers debated under colonnades of white marble. Censers of gold and copper cast sunlight like a temple's glow, and statues of carved beasts met every visitor with lion's ferocity and eagle's grace. Yet in one night and one day of misfortune, earthquakes shattering foundations, cables of water swallowing plazas, the sea reclaimed Atlantis as if Poseidon himself had whispered, "This realm is not for you." Plato insisted he did not invent these details. The priests claimed this tale was older than Egyptian dynasties, tracing the cataclysm to roughly 9 millennia before their own era. That date, around 10,800 BCE, overlaps with a dramatic drop in global temperatures and a sudden return to Ice Age conditions, known today as the Younger Dryas. Pause. Which is more incredible, that Plato invented such an alchemy of story, or that he preserved a glimmer. Even orichalcum, once thought pure fiction, reappears in 26,000-year-old ingots recovered from a Sicilian wreck. Their alloy, copper, zinc, trace elements, echoes the metal Plato claimed lined Atlas's temples. Could these be scattered relics of a vanished metallurgical art, or merely coincidence? You decide. Now, feel the chill in that question. History might not be a straight line of progress, but a spiral resetting itself in cycles. Civilizations rise, reach apexes of technology and art, then tumble into ruin, their legacies buried beneath silt, sand, or salt water. Atlantis may not be the only chapter, just the loudest echo of many lost worlds. Look around you at our gleaming towers, GPS satellites ticking in geosynchronous orbits, and ask, what if we too presume ourselves untouchable? What if the same forces, tectonic shifts, climate upheavals, hubristic ambition, lay in wait? Atlantis whispers a warning. Build wisely, live sustainably, or your monuments will drown in the next wave of change. And yet, as we speak, the oceans are rising, wild weather is battering coastlines, and memories of stable climates grow hazy. The guilt of knowledge becomes heavy. We savor our modern marvels even as we teeter on the edge of unknowable catastrophes. Atlantis was not fable. It was blueprint and cautionary tale, its stones submerged, but its message echoing in every collapse of order. Breathe. In that inhalation, carry Plato's legacy from beyond the pillars of Heracles to your own world of concrete and fiber optics. Know that any civilization, however bright its bloom, can be snuffed out in a heartbeat of geological fury or human folly. Atlantis was once real, or real enough that its memory shaped millennia of myth, art, and warning. And now, as your eyelids grow heavy, let your mind drift beneath the waves that reclaimed Atlantis and onward toward distant shores of stone once carved by hands forgotten. Ahead lie temples of coral-hewn pillars and circles of monoliths that challenge everything we thought we knew about our ancient past. In those next chapters, we will peer into civilizations that built with megaliths, not just marble, and ask what they too have to teach us, whispered from the deep. Sleep, for a new dawn waits to reveal the silent stone sentinels beneath foreign seas. Will you hear what they have to say? Imagine slipping underwater in a glass-bottomed boat as dawn breaks over the vast Pacific, sunlight fracturing into dancing patterns on the gently swaying waves. Beneath you, just off the coast of Pohnpei, lies Nan Madol, a city of stone islets floating like silent sentinels atop a lagoon. Massive basalt columns, each weighing up to 50 tons, rise from the depths in geometric precision, linked by narrow channels that once carried canoes between royal tombs and temple platforms. This is not a dream. It is the real marvel of Nan Madol and its distant echo on another continent, Göbekli Tepe, where megaliths carve messages into the dawn of civilization. At first glance, Nan Madol's ruins appear almost accidental. Piled rubble, overgrown pathways, crumbling walls. But as you drift closer, the truth emerges. These stones were quarried miles away, carved into rectangular blocks, and transported across open ocean. Imagine crews of canoemen harnessing tidal currents and guiding each monolith with woven ropes and wooden rollers. Each platform was laid out with astonishing regularity, orthogonal angles and parallel courses so exact they rival modern engineering. Who were these builders? According to island law, Sodalur chiefs reigned here centuries ago, ruling from palaces perched on coral reefs. Their bloodlines, mixed with foreign traders and local chieftains, maintained a centralized authority, an anomaly in Micronesian history. Shrines dedicated to ancestral spirits rose on raised city islets, each serving specialized functions, one for governance, another for worship, another as an elite burial ground. And no pathways led to land. All passage was by water, reinforcing a sacred separation between rulers and commoners. Centuries later, halfway around the world in southeast Turkey, a different group of megalith masons etched their own cathedral in stone. Göbekli Tepe predates Nan Madol by some 8 millennia, yet shares a spirit of mystery. Circular enclosures of T-shaped pillars, each standing over 18 feet tall and weighing tens of tons, were raised by hunter-gatherers who, we assumed, lacked the tools or social complexity for such projects. Carvings of foxes, scorpions, vultures, and abstract symbols decorate the pillars, icons that speak of cosmology, of celestial alignments, and perhaps of a ritual code now lost to time. Both sites challenge our assumptions about primitive societies. Nan Madol and Göbekli Tepe were not built as defensive fortresses, but as sacred spaces, laboratories of stone where community, spirituality, and cosmic order intersected. At Göbekli Tepe, recent excavations revealed that many pillars were deliberately buried around 8000 BCE, concealing their carvings in a collective act of preservation, or perhaps ritual retirement intended for a future culture to rediscover. Pause and consider. What drove these distant peoples to lift such heavy stones, lining islands and hilltops with monuments they could not eat, wear, or trade? The answer may lie in a universal human impulse to connect heaven and earth, to create spaces that mirror celestial patterns. Satellite surveys show Nan Madol's main avenues align with solstice sunrise directions, just as Göbekli Tepe's pillars orient toward rising stars in autumn. In both cases, megalithic architecture becomes a calendar, a concert hall for the sky. Feel the weight of that thought as you imagine priests at Göbekli Tepe dragging massive pillars into a perfect ring before dawn, torchlight flickering across their carvings. And on a separate shore, chiefs at Nan Madol would guide their canoes through coral passageways to conduct rites at stone temples, the sea itself serving as the lifeblood of sacred ritual. Two worlds, one impulse, to shape stone into a language of memory and meaning. Yet despite these similarities, the two sites diverge in ultimate purpose. Nan Madol's platforms linger just above the tide line, vulnerable to sea level changes that erased the city's water channels centuries ago. Göbekli Tepe, perched on a gentle hill, survived burial and rediscovery, but only after lying hidden for millennia. Both teach us that stone is a fragile medium when confronted by nature's cycles, rising waters, shifting sediments, and human neglect. As you drift back toward the surface, imagine Nan Madol's basalt pillars glinting through clear water, ghosts of a once thriving political and spiritual center. Think, too, of Göbekli Tepe's monumental rings, now empty but still resonating with the hum of ancient gatherings. In their silence, they speak volumes about community, belief, and the lengths to which we will go to anchor ourselves in eternity. In your mind's eye, carry these images as you lie back and listen to the gentle lapping of waves. Let the thought of sunken temples and buried furnaces of human ingenuity carry you into dreams. And as your breathing deepens, prepare to journey next to another hidden wonder, where stone meets flesh in an even more intimate way, where carvings whisper of a structure modeled on the human brain itself. Imagine standing in the cool pre-dawn air atop a grassy Anatolian ridge as the first pale light of morning brushes the horizon. At your feet, massive T-shaped pillars loom in shadow, their carved surfaces worn by 10,000 winters. But as dawn's glow spills across the circular enclosure of Göbekli Tepe, something remarkable appears. The layout, the angles, even the spacing seem to mirror the folds and pathways of the human brain itself. Göbekli Tepe's first chapter enthralled the world with its revelation that Ice Age hunter-gatherers could erect stone circles weighing tens of tons. Now, in this second act, what we call the brain structure, archaeologists and cognitive scientists alike suspect something both elegant and uncanny. that the entire site was designed as a monumental model of the mind. Look closely at the plan from above. Concentric rings of pillars, radial pathways, and offset entrances. Viewed from one tower, it resembles the lobes of a cerebral cortex. From another angle, the curving contours echo the grooves of Giri and Sulci. Could our distant ancestors have intuited the architecture of thought long before any written text explored consciousness? The theory arose when researchers overlaid a high-resolution site map onto MRI scans. They found alignments too precise for mere chance. Circular enclosures correspond with hippocampal loops. Narrow causeways trace the path of the corpus callosum. Even the arrangement of relief carvings, foxes here, scorpions there, appears to cluster in ways that mirror the brain's sensory and emotional centers. Pause and imagine the builder's intention. Gathered by torchlight around these colossal stones, they may have enacted rituals through the concentric courts, moving in patterns that reflected inner journeys of memory and spirit. With each step, participants traversed a physical metaphor of cognition, from outer world to inner vision, from animal instinct to divine revelation. These pillars bear more than silent witness. Carved into many are bas-reliefs of beasts and abstract symbols, arms raised, necks curved, eyes alert, that may map not only constellations but facets of human experience. A clustered motif of vulture and snake might have marked a threshold pillar, a place where shamans entered trance states. Another pairing of boar and bull could signify balance, raw power guided by understanding. Most astonishingly, the site's topography may have been chosen for its acoustic properties. Modern sound tests reveal that certain pillars amplify low-frequency drumming, creating vibrations that resonate deep in the chest, vibrations known to shift brainwave patterns. In that hush before dawn, a simple beat could have guided initiates into altered states, aligning body rhythm with the mind-mapped stone circuit. Of course, skeptics caution that pareidolia, the human mind's urge to find patterns, may play a role in these correlations. Yet, the symmetry and consistency across multiple enclosures demand a second look. How did a society without writing encode such a sophisticated symbol system? Perhaps, far from being primitive, these people possessed an intuitive neuroscience, a body wisdom that connected stone, sound, and psyche. Think of the labor involved. Massive limestone pillars quarried and wheeled uphill, then arranged with millimeter accuracy to trace a giant mind. Picture those gatherings under starlit skies, where stories were not just told, but embodied. Each circle, a chapter of collective lore. Each pillar, a neuron in a living temple of knowledge. Recent excavations beneath Enclosure D revealed a cache of stone bowls and flint blades carefully placed in burial pits. Some interpret this as the foundation of a seed library, preserving tools of memory for future generations. Others see it as sacrificial offerings meant to enliven the structure's symbolic brain, infusing it with the essence of ancestral skill and insight. As you close your eyes, let the echo of drumming and the hush of 10 millennia carry you inward. Feel your heartbeat sync with the imagined rhythm of Göbekli Tepe's builders, each pulse a reminder that the quest to understand ourselves is as ancient as civilization itself. In a moment, we will journey deeper into this enigma, exploring the silent carvings and sacred geometry that whisper of even more profound messages buried in these stones. For now, rest in the wonder that our earliest architects, guided by stars above and insight within, crafted a temple not only of stone, but of mind, a blueprint for human consciousness, carved into the earth before history began. Dawn's first light reveals barely more than silhouettes, pillars rising like ancient sentinels, their outlines softened by mist drifting across the Anatolian plateau. Yet as the sun crests the horizon, each carved surface awakens, registering intricate reliefs of serpents, foxes, and abstract swirls. Here at Göbekli Tepe, these stones speak, but their message reaches deeper than mere imagery. This is the final act of a threefold revelation, where temple and symbol merge into a whispered code of the soul. Early excavators pondered why hunter-gatherers, with no settled villages, invested monumental labor in carving these monoliths. Now, amid the pillars' playful interplay of light and shadow, a new interpretation emerges. Göbekli Tepe is more than a ritual center. It's an encoded map of cosmic cycles and human destiny. Notice how clusters of carvings return across different enclosures. A dancing fox here, mirrored by a crouching fox there. Concentric circles echoing the ripple patterns of water or the wheel of seasons. Some scholars suggest these are astronomical markers, observatories for solstices and equinoxes, yet their precision hints at a knowledge beyond simple sky watching. The symbols cluster in sequences that resemble a proto-alphabet, motifs repeated and varied as if to form words across stone. Pause to imagine a procession winding between pillars, each step aligning with a hidden marker carved into the next monolith. Drums beat in distant hollows as participants follow a choreography of faith, encircling the stones 3 times to honor creation, then entering the central sanctuary to commune with ancestors. In that hushed space, the very air thrums with unseen energy as if the living world and spirit realm converge. But the true mystery lies in the so-called mystical message hidden within the carving's spatial relationships. Recent 3D analyses reveal that certain animal reliefs align with the Orion constellation at its zenith, while others mark key positions of Sirius and Aldebaran. In essence, these pillars form an enormous star chart, grounded in Earth rather than sky. The carvings are not mere decoration but waypoints, instructions for initiates to orient themselves in both world and cosmos. What if, as you trace your finger along a spiral motif or follow the gaze of a sculpted bird, you too are decoding the ancients' message? The fox's curved neck points toward a sloping terrace that channels runoff water, symbolic of life's constant flow. Nearby, a pair of vultures frame a narrow gateway, perhaps designating the threshold between life and death, day and night, memory and oblivion. Critics might dismiss these connections as chance, but consider this. The same spiral glyph appears across enclosures that date centuries apart, implying a sustained tradition of symbolism. Each generation deepened the code, layering new meanings over old, like palimpsests in stone. Above all, the grandeur of Göbekli Tepe lies in its invitation. It asks us not merely to view art, but to step into a living tapestry of thought. The pillars stand not as silent monoliths, but as teachers, guiding us through cycles of sun and star, death and rebirth, collective memory and individual awakening. As the sun climbs higher, the morning mist recedes, revealing the outer enclosure's low walls, once painted in vivid pigments, now bleached by centuries. Here lie pits where animal bones were ritually interred, perhaps offerings to seal each cycle of ceremony. Nearby, flint tools scarred with ochre suggest artisans who mixed pigment, shaped reliefs, and tuned the temple's aesthetic to echo the rhythms of nature. In your mind's eye, feel the weight of those underground chambers, narrow tunnels where votive offerings slipped between stones, depositing seeds for future harvests or prayers for protection against calamity. Through these hidden passages, the builders encoded not just symbols, but hope, binding their legacy to earth and sky alike. When you finally step beyond the last circle and gaze back at the towering pillars, sense the hush they impose, an admonition against forgetting. Göbekli Tepe's mystical message is this: civilization arises not only from survival or conquest, but from the profound need to connect, to map our inner landscapes against the heavens and leave a guide for those who follow. Now, as shadows shorten and daylight fills the valley, carry that echo with you. Let the notion of carved star charts and spiraling glyphs lull you towards sleep, your thoughts tracing the stone script under moonlit skies. And when the night wind stirs your dreams, prepare to sail east across the Pacific, where another lost landmass, whispered as Lemuria or Mu, awaits beneath the waves, ready to reveal its own secrets to those who listen. The tropical dawn breaks over a sea that once held a giant land, now vanished beneath turquoise waves. Imagine a world of endless atolls and coral ridges, where majestic lemurs roamed blanket forests and songlines traced paths across a continent lost to catastrophe. This is the story of Lemuria, also called Mu, an ancient Pacific landmass that has haunted our collective imagination and may yet reshape our understanding of human origins. In the mid-19th century, naturalists puzzled over lemur fossils scattered across Madagascar and India, yet absent in the lands between. To explain this mystery, zoologist Philip Sclater proposed a sunken continent, Lemuria, where primate ancestors once thrived. Though Victorian science soon replaced Lemuria with plate tectonics, the idea refused to die. Occultists and spiritual movements seized on it, painting Mu as humanity's cradle, a place of towering crystal temples, telepathic adepts, and ocean-faring sages. Close your eyes for a moment and picture Mu's sun-drenched plains. Imagine staggeringly large megaliths carved with spiral glyphs, gleaming in coastal forests that now drown beneath the tide. Can you hear drums echoing at twilight from ceremonial platforms built on limestone bedrock? These aren't just flights of fancy. They resonate with real archaeological whispers. On the remote island of Pohnpei, Nan Madol's basalt columns, stacked without mortar, testify to an unexpected monumentality in Micronesia. In Melanesia, Australia's submerged river channels hint at a landscape suddenly drowned after the last ice age. And in New Zealand, satellite data revealed Zealandia, a continent two-thirds the size of Australia, 94% underwater. Some peaks, today's islands, are all that remain of this vanished world. These scientific threads weave a compelling tapestry. Zealandia's geology confirms a vast land once high above sea level, possibly habitable as recently as 10,000 years ago. Geological cores show lush forests and river valleys that would have supported large human populations. If Mu existed, this could be the remnant of its eastern edge. But what of human traces? Genetic studies identify an unexpected link. Certain Polynesian lineages carry markers found in South India and Melanesia. Linguistic parallels, words for sea, canoe, house, surfacing across thousands of miles of open ocean point to a shared ancestral dialect. Rituals, carving styles, and star navigation techniques passed from island to island also suggest a cultural memory older than any written record. Local legends deepen the intrigue. On Samoa, elders speak of Pulotu, underworld islands where gods once walked. In Tonga, the tale of Halevalu, an ocean kingdom of crystal palaces, endures in ceremonial chants. Rapa Nui myths on Easter Island recall an ancestral homeland swallowed by waves. Across Micronesia, Storytellers recount the disappearance of Mu's sunken spires glimpsed only in storms' lightning flashes. None of this confirms Mu as fact, but it fuels a potent question. What if human history began not with Mesopotamian city-states, but on a Pacific supercontinent now lost beneath rising seas? What knowledge and traditions sank with that land, only to resurface scattered across ocean cultures? As explorers dredge submerged reefs, intriguing surprises emerge. Off the coast of Vanuatu, divers discovered a forest stump bed dating back 8 millennia, trees felled and drowned by post-glacial sea level rise. On the Sunda Shelf, multitudes of stone tools and hearth pits sit just offshore, evidence of settlements now underwater. Each find nudges us closer to a reality where Mu was not myth but memory. The true marvel of Lemuria's legend lies in its power to unite mythmakers and scientists in a shared quest. Myth invites us to dream of crystal cities and ancient sages. Science demands concrete proof. Together, they form a bridge, guiding us to look beyond accepted timelines and question the limits of our knowledge. Let the image of a vanished continent drift through your mind tonight. The silver moon reflecting on calm lagoons, faint canoes gliding toward coral temples. Feel the pulse of ancestors who sailed star paths to distant islands, carrying seeds of their homeland. In their voyages, they preserved a fragment of Mu's legacy, dispersing it like seeds across the Pacific. Soon, you will hear the story of those voyagers and their astonishing journeys, how they mastered open ocean navigation, founded island realms, and carried whispering memories of a lost landmass. Sleep now to the rhythm of distant waves, and awaken ready to follow the canoe's wake into the next chapter, where migration and myth converge on the blue expanse, weaving Lemuria into living cultures that still sail by stars. A warm breeze carries the scent of salt and hibiscus as you glide under starlight across an endless dark ocean. High above, unfamiliar constellations drift in silent arcs. Below you, the canoe's hull cuts through water so clear it feels like glass. Somewhere between those sky trails and the quantum pulse of the sea, an ancient thread connects the scattered islands of Polynesia to a landmass far larger, a vanished world whispered as Lemuria or Mu. Long before GPS, Polynesian navigators read the ocean swells like lines on a palm and charted courses by bird flight and bioluminescence. They spoke of an ancestral homeland, a sunken continent that once bridged island realms, a place where knowledge soared on the wings of voyagers. Colonial-era mapmakers dismissed these as fanciful myths, yet every lagoon we name, Tahiti, Samoa, Rapa Nui, echoes a shared legacy of exploration born from a world now drowned. Local chants still recount Mu's golden spires gleaming at dawn, its temples carved with spirals that mirrored the galaxy's own swirl. Fishermen recall elders describing a turquoise lagoon so wide it seemed endless, its shores ringed with forest, home to creatures, lemurs and others, that vanished along with the land. According to these stories, survivors fled in fleets of outrigger canoes, dispersing seeds of culture, language and ritual across thousands of miles. Skeptics scoff until they consult the data. Satellite surveys uncovered Zealandia's submerged expanse, once a continent the size of India. Even today, New Caledonia and New Zealand sit atop its highest peaks. Geological cores reveal forests and river valleys where now the ocean swells. Radiocarbon dating places the inundation of those lands squarely in the window of 8,000 to 10,000 years ago, matching the date whispers in Polynesian lore. Linguists too detect an uncanny unity. Root words for sea, light, and house recur across Polynesian tongues, as though carrying a fragment of a mother language inherited from Mu's vanished civilization. shared navigation vocabularies, terms for swell patterns, star positions and bird signs bind distant islanders in a single mnemonic map. This isn't random coincidence, but the echo of one culture radiating outward. Genetic studies deepen the mystery. Mitochondrial DNA from remote atolls links unexpectedly to lineages in South India and Melanesia. Some Pacific populations carry trace markers not found in mainland Asia, suggesting a prehistoric migration from west to east, exactly the direction colonial theorists jeered at. Sparse though the genetic signal is, it hints at voyages predating the spread of Austronesian farming, a forgotten chapter of human dispersal. Physical remnants add colour to these strands. On the shores of Pohnpei, sailors discovered megalithic basalt columns, Nan Madol, stacked without mortar. In Fiji and Tonga, stone terraces defy logic in cultures thought to lack the technology for heavy quarrying. Underwater, archaeologists have sonar mapped sunken causeways off Vanuatu and ancient riverbeds off Australia. Each site suggests organised societies building monumental structures just before rising seas forced their retreat. Imagine for a moment the last generation born on Mu's plains. As the ocean's edge lapped higher each year, elders taught children to carve wood into sturdy canoes, to align their voyages with the northern stars, to sing songs encoding origin myths. When the final flood crept in, they launched their vessels into the dark, guided by ancestral chants that acted as living charts. Those children grew into the first Polynesians, carrying Mu's memory across vast blue. Ritual remains underline this continuity. Carver ceremonies in Tonga still follow chants that reference land beneath waves. In Hawaii, navigators' chants praise ancestral lines said to emerge from underworld islands. On Easter Island, Rapa Nui legends speak of long ears, who came from an island that sank in a single night. Every ritual dance, every carved petroglyph of a canoe or spiral is a heartbeat of Mu's legacy. Yet for all this evidence, Mu refuses to be located on any map. Its coordinates shift with each tide of theory. Some propose it lay on the lost Kerguelen Plateau. Others point to the mid-Pacific ridge. Perhaps, like consciousness itself, it cannot be pinned down by geography alone. Mu lives as a cultural field, a space of shared memory that the ocean dispersed but never extinguished. As dawn's first light tints the horizon red, let the rhythm of your breath match the ocean's pulse. Carry in your chest the awe of those voyages, the courage of ancestors who navigated without charts, trusting myth as much as stars. Know that every diaspora, every island carved with stone, every song sung to the swell of waves extends a line back to a world we have almost forgotten. Tonight, let the chorus of distant drums lull you towards sleep, your mind tracing canoe paths under the southern sky. And when your eyes close, hold on to the thought that our next journey lies off Japan's coast, where submerged platforms whisper of a pyramid hidden beneath the waves, a structure that may prove the ocean's ultimate archive, waiting for us to listen. A cold current brushes your calves as you wade into the shallows off Yonaguni Island, the sea eerily silent at sunrise. Just beneath your feet, a sandstone platform stretches into the blue, edges too straight, corners too precise to be mere coincidence. This is Yonaguni, the so-called underwater pyramid of Japan, where the boundary between nature's whimsy and human handiwork blurs beneath the waves. Back in 1986, local diver Kihachiro Aratake chased hammerhead sharks through these waters and instead stumbled upon something impossible, a massive terrace-like structure lying 25 meters down. From above, it resembles a stepped ziggurat, flat planes cut at right angles, staircases carved into the bedrock, channels that could have served as ancient waterways. Yet these features exist where no known civilization should have been capable of such construction. Skeptics rushed in with geological theories, fracturing by tectonic shifts, jointed layers of natural sandstone giving the illusion of man-made blocks. And erosion can carve flat surfaces, they argued. But as Marine Geology Institute researchers like Dr. Masaki Kimura meticulously mapped the site, the pattern resisted natural explanation. The angles, the terraces, the sheer symmetry, each spoke of design, deliberate and exact. Pause for a moment and envision those terraces under torchlight, pillars catching the flicker as divers once claimed to see faint, carved grooves that seemed too uniform to be random. The grooves align in parallel, like chiseled marks of chisels worn smooth by skilled hands. Above them, a massive lintel stone arches overhead, its curve too graceful to be a collapsed slab. It hangs in place like a gateway to another world. But why build on a ridge destined to be drowned when sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age? One theory suggests Yonaguni stood above water some 10,000 years ago, a ceremonial site for a prehistoric coastal culture. Over millennia, shifting plates and rising seas swallowed it, preserving only the lower courses of its walls. If so, this mound of stone could predate known Japanese civilization by thousands of years. Let your fingers trace the imagined steps leading down into an undersea courtyard. Feel the weight of history in each handhold. What ceremonies unfolded here? Did priests conduct rites to calm the restless ocean? Did ships depart from these carved docks, bound for lands now long lost? The platform's orientation, bearing true north within a degree, suggests astronomical purpose, as though its builders aligned stone to the sky. Further north and south from the main monument, satellite sonar has revealed additional terraces and perpendicular walls, hinting at a sprawling complex far larger than first thought. Underwater surveys have even spotted semicircular arches carved into bedrock, architectural flourishes poured into stone with a master's precision. No natural fracturing could produce gentle curves that mirror human craftsmanship. Local folklore adds another layer. The Yonaguni Islanders tell of shimigame, underwater houses once glimpsed in storm's glow. Myths speak of an old kingdom swallowed by a tsunami. Their oldest songs, half-remembered chants, evoke stone courtyards beneath moonlit waves. When you dive here today, you sense those voices stirring in the sand. Of course, mainstream archaeology hesitates, demanding pottery shards or tool marks, proof of human settlement. Yet none have surfaced. Wood and shell decay quickly in these currents. Instead, what remains is stone, enduring, eloquent, and defying easy categorization. The site carries the silence of encoded stories, waiting for anyone open enough to listen. As sunlight filters down and schools of fish dart among the pillars, consider this. Every coastline has its buried secrets, every sea its submerged echoes of past ages. Yonaguni stands as both challenge and invitation, challenging our notions of who built what and when, inviting us to question whether ancient mariners left more than driftwood behind. Carry this silent city in your mind as you swim back toward shore. Let its cool contours lull you into wonder. Remember the angles too perfect, the terraces too deliberate, the legends too insistent to be mere accident. And as your breathing slows, prepare for our next voyage, to a shallow road of stone that lies just below the Bahamian waves, where another trace of a sunken world whispers Atlantis in each ripple. Moonlight shimmers on the gentle Bahamian swell as you slip quietly into waist-deep water. Beneath the ripples you sense a rigid edge slicing through the sand, a line of massive stones aligned too perfectly to be random. This is the Bimini Road, a submerged causeway extending nearly a mile just off North Bimini's coast, and its silent geometry still stirs a question older than science. Could these blocks be the final whisper of Atlantis? Local law held that the stones were dredged seabed coral sculpted by nature's caprice. But when fishermen first snagged nets on flat rectangular slabs in the late 1960s, they scooped up puzzled geologists instead of sponges. Underwater photographs revealed pillars and walls laid end to end that tracked along a straight line. It was as if someone had carved a street on the seabed and then flooded it. Oceanographers dove in, measuring cracks and angles. Yes, they conceded, beach rock can fracture in surprising ways, but never into perfect 90-degree corners, never into large slabs fitting together like a jigsaw puzzle. When you trace your hand across the contours, you find flat surfaces polished as if by abrasion, not random split lines. Channels cut between certain stones run parallel and even taper at regular intervals, too systematic to be mere coincidence. Could a prehistoric civilization have built this pathway before sea levels rose? Radiocarbon dating of nearby submerged wood suggests that the shoreline lay here as recently as 8,000 years ago during the Mesolithic period. That window aligns with the speculated date of Plato's Atlantis, 12,000 years before his time, roughly coinciding with post-Ice Age sea rise events. If a coastal settlement once thrived here, perhaps its inhabitants paved their harbours with limestone blocks and anchored them with coral mortar. Feel the cool current tugging at your ankles. Listen to the hush as you glide over those stones. There's no coral growth like on surrounding reefs, as though the blocks have been scrubbed clean. Some divers report faint, graffiti-like grooves on the stones, parallel striations that might hint at tool marks, or could be ancient tidal erosion art. The lines aren't random. They curve gently around corners, suggesting intentional smoothing. Skeptics point to natural cementation. As sand and shell fragments fused into beach rock, tectonic forces could have tilted layers upright, fracturing them along bedding planes. In theory, those beds break into flat blocks. Yet the interlocking patterns here extend for over 600 meters in a near-perfect east-west alignment. Geological surveys confirm the underlying platform dips uniformly. It's a tilting block, not a random rubble field. Even more surprising are reports of multiple parallel ridges just offshore. Sonar scans have revealed at least 3 linear features, each running roughly north-south, intersecting the main causeway at right angles. It's as if someone built not one road, but a grid, roads and cross streets, beneath the waves. If natural forces carved the first ridge, why replicate the pattern twice more in the same grid formation? In the 1930s, the clairvoyant Edgar Cayce predicted that Atlantean ruins would surface near Bimini in 1968 or 1969. When the road was discovered in 1968, believers took it as confirmation. But true fascination lies beyond prophecy. Consider the island's broader context. Just a few kilometers west lie the mystery circles, submerged circular enclosures of boulders that local divers describe as ancient fish traps. Further east, scattered stone spheres rest in shallow sand, ant-like in their regular spacing. Every discovery adds weight to the notion of a network of submerged ruins rather than isolated anomalies. Now, turn your gaze toward the beach islands themselves. Bimini's mangroves cloak freshwater springs whose waters are stored in underground limestone caverns. Ancient mariners prized such oases. Perhaps they built landing quays here, paved with stone, to bridge sea channels. Over millennia, storms and gradual submergence erased the walls, leaving only the lowest courses intact. But those lowest courses, Bimini Road, persist where nature's hand is too gentle to erase deliberate design. Pause and imagine this walkway at low tide, glimpsed by ancient travelers stepping from canoe to land. The horizon bare of modern resorts, ringed instead by that grand causeway, guiding boats onto a sacred shore. Ritual offerings might have been placed at each tier. Priests could have conducted sea-level ceremonies, marching along the stones as waves lapped at their ankles. As you gently swim back to shore, feel the echo of those footsteps in your own. The stones beneath your hands are not just geology. They may be the foundation of a forgotten harbour, an index of vanished lives, and a testament to human ingenuity lost to time. Bimini Road stands at the confluence of myth and marine science, challenging us to ask, where else have we assumed randomness when design lay hidden? Tonight, let your thoughts drift on that submerged roadway, and when sleep beckons, recall how stone walls still speak beneath turquoise waves. Soon, we will explore the smaller fragments, scattered stone paths and boulders along these same shores, traces that deepen the mystery and guide us toward a larger puzzle yet to be revealed. A soft pastel sunrise unfolds over the shallow lagoon as you step off the bow into water so clear it feels like stepping into glass. Your feet sink gently into fine white sand and then catch on something firm. A small, flat stone barely visible beneath the lapping waves. You brush away grains of sand and reveal its straight edge. A moment later, you find another, and then another, forming a faint, broken line that stretches toward the horizon. Welcome to the stone path remnants of Bimini. Long after the discovery of the famous Bimini Road, divers returned to these Bahamian shallows and began spotting more anomalies. Clusters of rectangular blocks, pebbles arranged in parallel lines, solitary slabs that seemed too deliberately placed to be random beach rock. Each fragment whispers the same question. Were these stray slabs fragments of a larger network, the splintered remains of stone paths that once connected a sunken settlement? In the 1970s, marine geologist Eugene Shin examined these outliers and, while acknowledging natural cementation can fracture limestone into flat shapes, admitted that some stones lay in patterns defying simple explanation. Why would erosion align blocks in neat rows, or create multiple parallel streets, fracturing in near-perfect right angles? As you drift over them now, you feel their subtle geometry under your fingertips. The faint hollow where two stones once fit together like pieces of an ancient puzzle. Consider the local folklore. Island elders speak of Sapodilla Steps, an old name for a vanished causeway trodden by wooden sandals, a path that led to a temple where priests greeted the rising sun. They told of processions of figures bearing conch shell trumpets echoing across the shallows. The stories were dismissed as fanciful until divers began finding precisely cut stones where those paths were said to lie. Move a little farther out, and you encounter a rectangular plate measuring nearly 2 meters long. Its surface bears faint parallel striations. Could they be tool marks or sea-etched ridges from long-ago currents? Either way, the striations are too regular to be mere abrasion. Nearby, a smaller slab forms a 90-degree join with a larger block, as if part of a corner foundation. All around, broken stones and staccato alignments hint at corridors now lost to shifting sands. The distribution of these remnants spans more than half a kilometre along the coast. Imagine ancient builders carving limestone on shore, then transporting it to erect platforms in the tidal zone, a revolutionary waterfront architecture designed to accommodate rising tides. Over millennia, as sea levels climbed, only the lowest tiers remained, submerged but intact beneath the waves. Each slab you find is a silent sentinel of that vanished shoreline. Skeptics counter that beach rock can fracture along bedding planes and that converging natural forces could yield grid-like patterns. Yet geological surveys show that these stones lie on top of older, irregular bedrock. No bedding plane to explain their straight edges. Their spacing is uniform, too consistent for nature's randomness, and their orientations match no known fracture trends. Instead, they align roughly east-west, suggesting intentional layout. The presence of multiple stone alignments raises the possibility of an extensive plaza or dock system, perhaps a landing stage for canoes or a ceremonial platform. Other islands in the Caribbean boast underwater fish traps, but these Bimini slabs bear no resemblance to nets or circular enclosures. They feel engineered, roads for the water, guiding vessels or worshippers toward an ancient portal. Pause and let the rhythm of gentle waves be your soundtrack as you envision footfalls echoing on these stones. What rituals took place here? Did priests chant to beg calm seas? Did merchants unload goods, shells, pearls, fish over these very slabs? And when the ocean crept ever higher, perhaps these paths fell piece by piece, settling into their current pattern, like the pages of a story scattered by the tide. Archaeological interest in Bimini's stone fields has waxed and waned over the decades, but each new survey rekindles the mystery. Ground-penetrating sonar has hinted at deeper anomalies, stone columns plunging into the sandy substrate, suggesting pillars once rose here. If so, the remnants you now probe with gloved fingers may be the tips of submerged walls or staircases leading down into a drowned structure. Each fragment, each solitary block, pleads to be assembled in our minds into a coherent mosaic of a lost culture. And as you surface, salt water dripping from your mask, consider how little we know of these shallow seas. We chart weather patterns and fish migrations, yet these stones lie half forgotten, the footnotes of an island story written in bedrock. Tonight, when you drift towards sleep, let the memory of those submerged slabs settle in your mind. Picture their straight edges glinting under moonlight, echo waves that once carried voyagers to shore. And as dreams carry you on gentle currents, be ready for our next journey, a voyage to the hidden continent lying 2/3 below the ocean's surface, a land whose vastness dwarfs these stone paths and whose secrets await in a world called Zealandia. A hush falls over the midnight ocean as the glow of a distant lighthouse flickers on the horizon. You close your eyes and feel the gentle sway of the vessel beneath you, the rhythmic lapping of waves against the hull, grounding you in a vast, liquid world. Beneath those rolling waters lies a land almost forgotten by time, a sunken continent called Zealandia. For decades, geologists brushed aside whispers of a submerged landmass near New Zealand and New Caledonia. But in 2017, with satellite imagery and deep-sea drilling, they confirmed what indigenous Maori legends have long hinted at: a lost land, 2/3 underwater, spanning nearly 5 million square kilometers, larger than India. Zealandia is no myth. It's a geological reality, a drowned cradle that may hold the key to civilizations vanished beneath the waves. Picture the world 10 million years ago. Zealandia rose above sea level like a green giant, its mountains soaring, its rivers carving valleys. Forests clothed its land, and birds, ancestors of today's kiwi and kakapo, foraged beneath a sun that shone on human-like primates long before Homo sapiens drew breath. As tectonic plates shifted and sea levels rose, Zealandia fractured and sank, leaving only island peaks poking above the surface. You might wonder, if Zealandia was once so vast, why aren't there more signs of ancient peoples there? The answer lies in the ocean's erasure. Rising waters didn't just drown forests and plains, they erased trails, swept away structures, and buried evidence under layers of silt and coral. What remain are whispers, soil cores showing pollen from vanished ecosystems, submerged terraces mapped by sonar, and rocks at depths too deep for simple beach rock formation. Dive with acoustic imaging and you'll find hints of sunken plateaus, flat expanses that might once have been tablelands or coastal plains. On those terraces, researchers have spotted polygonal patterns resembling agricultural fields. Could early inhabitants have tilled that land? In labs, deep-sea drills recover tiny fragments of charcoal and shell, clues that fire warmed gatherings and that shellfish were harvested long ago before rising tides forced a retreat. Maori and Pacific Islander stories speak of Te Waka o Aoraki, the canoe of the explorer Aoraki that landed on the last high ground as floodwaters claimed the rest. Their oral traditions reference vanished valleys and lost hunting grounds under the Pacific's expanse. These tales may not name Zealandia outright, but they encode ancestral memory of a world swallowed by the sea, a world whose remnants drift through legend and song. Even today, the flora and fauna of New Zealand hint at ancient connections. Flightless birds and unique plant species, kauri, pohutukawa, persist on islands disconnected for millions of years. Their survival suggests a broader ecological continuity once tied to the mainland of Zealandia. Every fern frond and seabird cry carries that hidden lineage, bridging past and present in an unbroken chain. On the ocean floor, chemical signatures tell another story. Zircon crystals washed from eroded mountains in New Caledonia match those in deep-sea sediments near New Zealand, evidence of a shared landmass. Mineral deposits line submarine ridges, as though formed in ancient riverbeds, now lost to the abyss. These geochemical breadcrumbs guide us toward a map of a continent erased. But the most tantalizing question remains: could human ancestors have lived on Zealandia? If sea levels fluctuated at the end of the last ice age, parts of the continental shelf may have re-emerged, offering a narrow window for early people to cross by boat or land bridge. Archaeological find spots on nearby islands suggest humans reached New Caledonia around 3000 BCE. Was their voyage the final exodus from Zealandia's disappearing shores? As dawn's first light brushes the water, consider the enormity of what lies beneath. Zealandia isn't just an underwater curiosity, it's a testament to Earth's restless dynamism, a reminder that continents can rise and sink, that human history may have chapters written on lands no longer visible. The stones of submerged terraces and the bones of lost ecosystems invite us to reimagine our past. Tonight, let your mind drift on that submerged continental shelf. Feel the weight of ancient forests, the roar of vanished rivers, the echoes of footsteps now silenced by water. And as you slip into sleep, hold tight to the knowledge that our next voyage will take us deeper beneath the waves, returning to Zealandia's secrets in Zealandia Revisited, where hidden archives lie waiting under the sea floor, whispering their mysteries to those who listen. As the research sub drifts deeper into the South Pacific, the water grows colder and darker. Your headlamp's beam pierces the inky blue, revealing the jagged silhouette of a submerged ridge. This is not the continental slope, but the hidden outline of Zealandia's ancient highlands, now buried under kilometers of sediment. Here, in these silent trenches, lie secrets that could rewrite our understanding of Earth's forgotten chapter. When we first recognized Zealandia as a distinct continent, we focused on satellite gravity maps and drilling cores taken near New Caledonia. But recent deep-sea expeditions have turned up tantalizing anomalies. Submerged terraces at 1,000 meters depth, rock formations with right angles, and pockets of fresh water trapped in limestone cavities. Each finding hints at landscapes that once rose above the waves, valleys, fields, perhaps even human settlements. Imagine the continental crust here as a vast library, its pages now waterlogged and fragile. Acoustic imaging has revealed a network of linear features, walls or roads cut into basaltic rock, stretching miles across the seafloor. Some lines run parallel, others intersect at precise angles. These alignments mirror what we see in drowned riverbeds off the coast of Australia, suggesting an interconnected landmass, sculpted by both human hands and natural forces. Consider the sonar signature of a sunken canyon just off New Zealand's continental shelf. It resembles an ancient river gorge, its sides too steep, its floor too flat for mere erosion. Divers who have surveyed it report finding grooved channels on the canyon bed, grooves that could only have been carved by flowing water moving over engineered stone beds, not by random sediment flow. The grooves are evenly spaced, like plough furrows etched into the Earth's underbelly. Then there are the drilling cores. In one long sample, scientists discovered a layer of charcoal and shattered shell at a depth corresponding to 7,000 years ago, long after Zealandia had mostly submerged. This ash bed suggests wildfire and human activity, clearing land, cooking food. The presence of terrestrial pollen mixed with marine sediments implies a brief window when that location was a coastal plain, home to plants and people, before the rising sea swallowed it once more. Maori oral traditions speak of mountains that changed shape when the sea came, and of ancestral canoes forced to seek new harbours. Their legends recount islands that vanished in a single generation. What if those lost lands were the last remnants of Zealandia's high ground, the final refuges for communities clinging to a disappearing world? Their stories may encode memories of that cataclysmic retreat. Geochemists have added another layer of intrigue. Seawater extracted from limestone fissures contains mineral ratios matching rocks on Norfolk Island, an island 1,000 kilometers to the east. This chemical fingerprint suggests ancient rivers once flowed across what is now open ocean, washing distinct minerals toward the sea. If we can map those rivers, we can trace the contours of Zealandia's original landscape. Underwater drones equipped with magnetometers have detected subtle magnetic anomalies. In one survey, a rectangular feature 200 meters long yielded readings inconsistent with natural basalt, but reminiscent of submerged metal objects. Could these be the remains of megalithic structures cloaked in coral and silt? Or are they simple geological intrusions misinterpreted by magnetic sensors? The thrill lies in not knowing. Perhaps the most haunting clues come from the biology. Deep-sea creatures near these ridges display genetic markers unlike their open ocean cousins. Isolated populations adapted to brackish springs leaking fresh water from crustal fractures. These springs may tap into fossil aquifers, relics of Zealandia's terrestrial aquifers. The very organisms that thrive here carry DNA signatures of ancient freshwater ecosystems, surviving where humans cannot yet reach. As you imagine drifting alongside a remotely operated vehicle through a spray of bioluminescent plankton, remember that each flicker of light could illuminate a stone block or a carved groove. The ocean floor is no longer a featureless abyss, but a map of lost valleys and buried plateaus. Every echo from the sub-bottom profiler could be the pulse of an underground channel, a fossil river waiting to tell its story. Slowly, the sub ascends back toward the twilight zone, leaving these deep mysteries behind. But the questions linger. Did human hands ever shape Zealandia's landscapes? Were there temples carved into mountain foothills, roads winding along riverbanks, or harbors hewn into basalt cliffs? Or does the continent's hidden terrain hold natural formations that simply mimic design? Tonight, let these questions drift through your mind like the currents you've just explored. Feel the weight of lost worlds beneath your sleep. And remember that the next chapter of our journey turns from submerged continents to subterranean empires. Soon, we will venture into Agartha, the inner earth realm where the line between myth and geology blurs beneath our feet. A soft hum vibrates through the cavern as you step off the narrow metal ladder into the underground chamber. Your lamp's glow reveals walls hewn from smooth stone, carved into concentric rings that stretch into the darkness. Here, at the threshold of Agartha, the legendary inner earth realm, every echo seems to carry a secret, and each footfall feels like trespassing on a world that refused to vanish. The tale of Agartha has slithered through centuries of folklore, whispered by explorers and mystics alike. Some describe it as a vast subterranean empire illuminated by luminescent plants. Others claim it's a spiritual plane only accessible to the pure of heart. Yet beneath the myth lies a consistent thread, a hidden world where civilization survived cataclysm above, preserving knowledge we lost. Early 20th century expeditions into Mongolia's Altai Mountains turned up carvings of serpentine tunnels said to lead into the Earth's core. Russian mystic Nikolai Roerich spoke of monks guiding him through secret corridors beneath Lhasa, Tibet, passages sealed by carved doors of bronze. Those monks warned that Agartha's entrances open only when the world above tips into chaos, when seekers desperate for answers find themselves drawn to ancient thresholds. Imagine the walls of this chamber inscribed with glyphs that pulse faintly under your lamp. They depict beings, half human, half serpent, standing beside towering crystal obelisks, their eyes aglow with inner light. Are these the original architects of Agartha, the serpent people who withdrew beneath the earth to escape floods, wars, or the slow fade of empires? Their sculptures, torso muscles carved in exquisite detail, coiling tails entwined around pillars, suggest a race as advanced as they are enigmatic. Geologists scoff at talk of hollow worlds, pointing to the crushing pressures and molten core predicted by mainstream science. And yet, pockets of fresh water have been discovered far below sea level in limestone caverns across Europe and North America, isolated aquifers untouched by surface contamination. Seismologists catalogue unusual low-velocity zones in Earth's mantle, areas where seismic waves slow unexpectedly, hinting at cavities or unusual material properties. Could such anomalies conceal vast underground halls? In Germany, the well-known Siegfried Line bunkers reveal massive tunnels bored through solid rock, yet pale beside the scale Agarthan law demands. Cities spanning continents, connected by rail-like tunnels coated in phosphorescent minerals. Stories of electrical lamps powered by crystalline generators emerge from early 20th century accounts, suggesting Agarthans mastered both geology and energy long before Edison flicked his first bulb. But folklore is where science and story collide. In Indian texts, Shambhala is sometimes described not only as a mountaintop kingdom, but also as an inner earth sanctuary, an alternate name for Agartha. Tibetan monks preserve tales of the Po Valley beneath the Himalayas, where corridors lead downward for miles, opening into a world of perpetual spring. They spoke of healing plants unseen above, and libraries carved into basalt walls, housing scrolls older than any surface civilization. Can we dismiss these as dreams? Or do the scattered clues, echo chambers in Neolithic tunnel systems across Turkey, Deep caves beneath the Andes with walls abraded smooth by unknown means hint at genuine intersections between myth and geology. In South America, the legends of El Dorado point to gold-laden cities concealed by dense jungle, just as Agartha's gold-tinged crystals line its stony halls. The parallels are too striking to ignore. You advance deeper, following a narrow corridor lit by softly glowing fungi clinging to the walls. The air grows warmer, carrying the scent of damp stone and something sweet, an odor not unlike jasmine. In the distance, you hear a rhythmic pulse, as if the earth itself were breathing. The carved glyphs ahead form a spiral, leading you toward a larger chamber. Here, columns rise like tree trunks, their bases coiled by serpent reliefs. Each stone seems polished by centuries of touch, as if unseen hands constantly refine their surfaces. Travelers claim that at certain alignments, when Earth's magnetic field shifts just so, their compasses spin wildly near these inner sanctuaries, that they experience visions of past and future all at once as the barrier between worlds thins. Whether these are psychosomatic reactions or glimpses of a deeper reality, they speak to the power attributed to Agartha, a place where mind and matter blur. But let's pause. The real marvel isn't the fantastical elements or spiritual promises, it's the idea that human destiny might not be confined to the surface. That while empires crumble above, another civilization endures below, safeguarding knowledge through millennia. Guardians of Agartha are said to intervene in surface affairs when the balance tips, guiding heroes and scholars toward revelations that alter the course of history. As you trace the serpent carvings with your fingertips, the pulse quickens and the corridor opens onto a grand assembly hall. Massive stone benches circle a central dais, atop which rests a multifaceted crystal. Its facets catch stray lamp beams, casting prismatic patterns across the walls. Perhaps this crystal serves as power source, data repository, or spiritual conduit. History has no frame to categorize it. The moment lingers, charged with possibility. Then, as though answering a silent command, your excavation team signals the time is up. The corridors retreat, the beat subsides, and the last shaft of light dims. Above, the world continues unaware of Agartha's hidden realm. But in your mind, the memory of serpentine halls and crystalline altars remains vivid. Tonight, as you slip into dreams, carry the hum of that inner world with you. Let it remind you that beneath our feet lie stories untold, corridors uncharted, and civilizations beyond our surface history. And when dawn breaks, be ready for a new journey, down the winding tunnels of the serpent people themselves, into Naga culture and their subterranean legacies. Every breath you take here tastes of earth and root. The air is cool, damp, carrying the whisper of dripping water and the distant rumble of hidden caverns. It feels as though the world above has slipped away, leaving you poised on the edge of another realm, one that pulses with legends of the Naga, the serpent people who dwell beneath our feet. In the original script, the narrator blends myth with geologic hints, using vivid imagery, glowing glyphs, echoing corridors, and rhetorical questions that tug at our curiosity. Could these be? Transitions slip seamlessly from folklore to science, inviting us to suspend disbelief just long enough to wander through secret tunnels. Let's borrow that tapestry of wonder, but weave our own threads. A more intimate opening, smooth bridges between ideas, and a gentle rhythm that lulls you deeper into the story. Tonight, we slip through a fissure in the rock, descending by lantern into a network of tunnels so ancient the walls bear the sheen of centuries. Moss frames each arch, and the narrow passage narrows further, until at last you find yourself in a vaulted chamber. Here stands a sculpted relief of a half-human, half-serpent figure, its eyes carved deep into basalt, its coils entwined around a sunken dais. This is the first sign that you have entered Naga territory, where the boundary between human and myth dissolves. Across South Asia, stories describe the Naga as guardians of subterranean realms, keepers of secrets older than any temple above ground. They are serpents endowed with wisdom, their scales shimmering like emeralds in torchlight. Ancient texts, Tulika Purana, Mahabharata, speak of Nagaloka, an underworld kingdom ringed by lava and guarded by great stone gates. Priests in Kerala to this day leave milk offerings at hidden caves, calling to the unseen serpentine lords. Scholars often dismiss these tales as allegory, yet geology hints at vast cavern systems carved in volcanic rock beneath the Western Ghats. Speleologists mapping these caves have encountered enormous chambers with ceilings arched 20 meters above the floor, stalactites dripping in rhythmic chorus. Some walls bear petroglyphs, spiral motifs and serpentine forms so precisely cut that they suggest deliberate craftsmanship. Could these be Naga symbols, etched by hands that revered the coil as both protector and archetype? In Myanmar's Shan Hills, a series of stepped tunnels winds deep into the earth. Locals speak of luminous pools, freshwater springs that taste of iron and salt, as if mingled by unseen currents. Legend holds that the Naga engineered these aquifers, channeling mountain streams into hidden reservoirs to sustain their domain. Modern hydrogeologists, probing spring chemistry, find isotopic ratios that don't match surface rainfall, evidence of deep, ancient circulation. Beneath the jungle, water flows through strata older than the Himalayas themselves. But Naga lore extends beyond South Asia. In Cambodia's Angkor region, temple balustrades depict entwined serpents framing causeways. The Naga are revered as bearers of life-giving waters, tied to the monsoons that fill rice paddies above. Angkor archaeologists have uncovered hydraulic networks, canals, reservoirs, whose scale rivals any in the ancient world. Some suggest that Naga legends codify technical knowledge of water management, encoded in myth to protect it from invaders and the passage of time. Consider the rhythmic beat of conch shells in Sri Lankan Naga ceremonies, the haunting chant that calls to shape-shifting guardians. It's not mere performance. Acousticians note that in certain cave mouths, the conch's resonance amplifies, as though the rock itself responds. Sound becomes a bridge between worlds, summoning echoes of tunnels and halls deep below. In those echoes may lie instructions, frequencies that open secret doors, vibrations that clear rock debris, giving access to chambers untouched by light. As you follow a slender beam of lantern glow down a narrow tunnel, you pass a series of carved niches, each containing a small statuette of a cobra-headed figure, its hands folded in supplication. These shrines appear at regular intervals, like signposts guiding pilgrims. Each niche is aligned with subtle shifts in the tunnel's axis, as if charting an inner map. Cartographers of legend claim the Naga created these corridors to connect sacred sites across vast distances, linking river valleys, mountain temples, and the mythical city of Shambhala, buried in Himalayan ice. There is, too, the biological mystery. Blind cave fish found only in these depths, their skin alight with iridescence, their genomes bearing ancient markers. They survive on nutrients leached from mineral veins, veins the Naga allegedly mined for mystical metals like orichalcum. Miners in Andhra Pradesh once unearthed veins of an unexpected alloy, copper and zinc blended in proportions not found in nature. Could this be a Naga legacy, evidence of metalworking far beneath the Earth's crust. The idea of a subterranean society may seem fantastical, but the Naga stories persist across thousands of miles and millennia. They are not confined to one valley, but echo from Tamil Nadu to Tibet, from the Bay of Bengal to Angkor. Each culture adds its own cadence, its own symbols, yet the core remains the same: an underworld realm of serpents, crystal palaces, and hidden wisdom. Tonight, let that vision settle in your mind. An underground realm lit by phosphorescent gardens, where serpentine guardians watch over knowledge lost to surface calamities. Feel the pull of those carved reliefs, the promise of shimmering corridors winding beyond human reach. As you drift towards sleep, know that our next journey turns upward to snow-laced peaks, where another hidden city awaits. Soon, we will ascend into the Himalayas, seeking the whispered splendor of a kingdom untouched by time. In the original script, the narrator weaves together mythology, geography, and spiritual longing. Vivid sensory descriptions of crisp mountain air, the occasional flash of prayer flags on high ridges, and the notion that Shambhala's gates respond not to maps, but to inner readiness. Transitions slide effortlessly from historical anecdotes, Pythagoras studying astral wisdom, to modern satellite scans hinting at hidden valleys. The writing uses evocative fragments, a place so pure it felt like breathing light, and questions that tug at the listener's curiosity. What if Shambhala wasn't a myth, but an echo of a lost civilization? It balances poetic wonder with concrete clues, manuscript references, temple alignments, and accounts of explorers, to keep us suspended between belief and skepticism. Let's honor those strengths while forging our own path. We'll open with a fresh sensory moment, build both tension and intimacy, and end by pointing toward the next mystery, ancient metals, without naming it outright. A single prayer flag flutters overhead, its colors bleeding into the rose-tinted dawn. Cold mist clings to your boots as you crest the pass, the jagged peaks of the Himalayas stretching into infinity. In that quiet expanse, where eagles wheel above and distant bells echo from remote monasteries, you sense Shambhala stirring, a city hidden not by walls, but by altitude and intention. Legends say Shambhala lies where the air thins and the world grows still, a realm accessible only to those who have shed fear. In classical sources, from the Kalachakra Tantra to Pali Chronicles, its description is strangely consistent. Crystalline palaces shimmering under perpetual daylight, streets paved in jade and gold, and libraries of scrolls inscribed with cosmic prophecy. Yet no European map ever bore its name, and early explorers returned with empty hands but transformed spirits. The original storyteller blends these threads masterfully. Striking imagery, the sunlight danced across frozen terraces. Rhetorical questions: could a city exist beyond the reach of cartographers? And soft pivot points into scientific hints, magnetic anomalies recorded by Himalayan surveyors, or unexpected heat signatures beneath glacial ice. We'll borrow that balance of wonder and evidence, weaving a narrative that feels both grounded and transcendent. High on the windswept ridge, you come upon a circle of stones carved with concentric patterns, rings within rings, like ripples in a mountain lake. Local guides speak of these as the chakras of the earth, markers aligning with solstice sunrise. When drone surveys mapped the site, they revealed that each stone's shadow at dawn falls across the next, an ancient calendar built in rock. Who shaped these monoliths at 15,000 feet, where wood and mortar never reach? Beneath this rock ring, cave entrances yawl like silent mouths. Monks in crimson robes believe these tunnels descend for miles, opening into hidden valleys that never see winters freeze. Geothermal springs here bubble beneath the earth, nourishing mosses and rare orchids. Botanists sampling the water found trace minerals, lithium and manganese in ratios unmatched on the surface, suggesting subterranean waterways threaded through mineral veins. Could these have been the lifelines for an underground Shambhala, sustaining it through centuries of blizzards? Yet for every geological clue, there's a spiritual echo. In the Kalachakra texts, Shambhala's king, Rudra Chakrin, is said to consult cosmic maps drawn on metal plates, then send out envoys only when the world above teeters toward collapse. He arrives not on horses, but in silent caskets of sunlight, guided by ritual chant. Early 20th century Soviet expeditions obsessed over these tales, funded by secret societies seeking Aryan roots. Some team members swore they glimpsed brass doors carved with mantras, sealed since time immemorial. Modern satellite imagery offers tantalizing hints. Emerald green oases ringed by circular terraces, deep within valleys that have no roads. Peak to valley color shifts suggest vegetation too lush for this altitude, unless warmed by hidden geothermal flows. Seismic readings picked up rhythmic vibrations beneath the ice pack, like distant drums. Could these be the pulse of Shambhala's heart, beating beneath kilometers of snow? Your lamp picks out a scripture carved low on the tunnel wall, written in an alphabet unrecognizable yet oddly familiar. Curved lines and straight strokes echoing Tibetan, Sanskrit, and something else. Epigraphers have photographed these panels but hesitate to publish. They hint at a script older than any Himalayan dynasty. It reads, "When the world darkens, the gates will open. Seek not by map, but by truth." As you move deeper, the passage widens into a cavern so tall that its ceiling vanishes into shadows. In the center stands an altar of white quartz, its facets catching stray beams of torchlight and flinging shards of rainbow across the walls. Around it, niches hold bronze statues of hooded figures, their eyes ringed in lapis lazuli. You feel their gaze turning toward you, as if waiting for a vow, a promise, a heart grown pure. But no legend survives intact. Every account is tinged with secrecy. Tibetan sojourners who were turned back by unseen guardians, British officers in the 1930s who abandoned maps they'd been given, whispering of places that did not exist. The aura of Shambhala lies not in its discoverability, but in its choice of visitors. It's less a city and more a mirror, reflecting who you are and who you could become. Now, as you retrace your steps toward the dawn-lit world above, let the memory of those quartz prisms and silent statues linger. Feel the pull of paths untrodden and the soft promise of knowledge guarded in icy vaults. Tomorrow, we will follow the trail of a metal more mythical than any other, an alloy spoken of by Plato and gleaming in sunken harbors, casting new light on what civilizations we thought we lost. The first glint of morning light catches on a copper-green surface, as if the dawn itself were impressed upon metal. You run your fingers along the edge of a small ingot, its weight surprisingly heavy, its texture smooth yet rippled with age. This is the legend of orichalcum, the fabled alloy spoken of by Plato and whispered through centuries of myth. Tonight, we journey into its mystery, tracing the threads of ancient metallurgy and the secrets buried in Earth's hidden veins. In the original narrative, the storyteller entwines mythic grandeur with tantalizing facts. Plato's description of Atlantean temples lined with walls of orichalcum shines like poetry, followed by the abrupt, "but none has ever been found," a turn that cuts the dream short and propels us into the quest. We hear snippets of marine archaeologists dredging ingots off Sicily's coast, glimpses of chemical analyses hinting at zinc-copper blends, and the rhetorical flourish that asks, could ancient smiths have mastered alloys lost to time? Transitions slip seamlessly from epic to empirical, and every revelation blooms out of curiosity. Here, we'll honor that balance of wonder and evidence while crafting our own voice, intimate, reflective, and rolling gently like the lullabies you cradle before sleep. Beneath a cluster of rocky terraces on a windswept island, you uncover a cache of metal bars, each one mottled in shades of green and gold. The air smells faintly of salt and rust. You cradle a bar in your hand and notice tiny veins of crystalline luster dancing along its edges, an alloy no modern smelter can quite replicate. This is the 26,000-year-old ingot recovered off Sicily in 2015, hailed by some as the closest thing to Plato's orichalcum. Its chemical fingerprint, roughly 75% copper, 20% zinc, and elusive trace elements that hint at a furnace recipe lost to history. Plato wrote that orichalcum was second only to gold in value, a metal that shimmered like fire under temple lights. He claimed Atlantean priests used it to line great halls and pave sacred courts. It is said the Egyptians themselves marveled at its hue, eager to trade for ingots that now lie silent on the seabed, or so the story goes. But all we had for millennia were myths until modern science dared to peer into the past. Metallurgists analyzing the Sicilian ingots found microstructures resembling high-temperature casting techniques far beyond what Bronze Age artisans could achieve. The copper-zinc ratio is eerily consistent with descriptions in ancient texts. No more than a coincidence, the skeptics insist, yet it has never been duplicated by experimental archaeologists. Every attempt at recreation yields impurities or brittleness. The original alloy seems to require a precise furnace atmosphere, a mix of charcoal gases and volcanic heat that only vanished volcanoes can provide. But orichalcum's story isn't confined to the Mediterranean. In the ruins of a sunken harbour near Cuba, divers discovered massive blocks encrusted with green patina. Chemical tests suggest an alloy composition unnervingly similar to the Sicilian finds. Those who study these blocks argue they once formed the decorative friezes of a port constructed during the Younger Dryas, roughly 12,800 years ago. If true, the timeline of advanced metallurgy stretches far earlier than conventional history allows. Think of the implications. A network of seafaring traders carrying metal recipes across oceans, an exchange of furnace secrets from Atlantis, if it existed, to far-flung shores. The metal itself becomes a thread weaving together ruined cities, drowned temples, and myths of golden ages. Orichalcum is more than a prized metal. It is a cipher for lost technology. Yet for every clue, more questions surface. How did ancient smiths source the zinc? Zinc ore has a low boiling point and easily vaporizes in a typical smelting furnace. To capture it alongside copper demands a furnace design that condenses zinc vapor back into alloy. Some scholars suggest Egyptian tomb paintings depicting unusual furnaces and bellows may hold the key, encoded as sacred imagery to conceal the art from rivals. Further east, off Japan's Yonaguni monument, researchers found small metallic spheres embedded in basalt crevices. Initial radiocarbon dating of surrounding sediments places them at around 9000 BCE. Their composition? An exotic blend of copper, nickel, and trace cobalt, another alloy unmatched by natural processes. Could these beads be relics of a Pacific outpost mastering orichalcum-like alloys independently? Or were they remnants of a single worldwide tradition shared in a prehistory when continents were connected by knowledge rather than roads? Every new find nudges at our chronology. Could orichalcum, as Plato claimed, have been the standard metal of an advanced civilization wiped away by cataclysm? And if that civilization spread its metallurgical know-how so widely, why did those techniques vanish completely until modern laboratories rediscovered odd ingots lying on the ocean floor? The theory gaining traction is that orichalcum represented more than ornamentation. It carried symbolic weight, an almost magical metal used for ritual objects, conductive wiring within temple walls, or even primitive circuitry powered by volcanic springs. Its luminescence under torchlight would have inspired awe, reinforcing the aura of kings and priests. But fear accompanies wonder, and when the world reset, whether through flood, fire, or famine, those furnace secrets became too dangerous to remember. They were sealed in buried ingots and lost in collapsed kilns, waiting until humanity relearned the ancient art. As you set down the ingot, its dull weight still sings of hidden fires. You feel the pull of deep deposits awaiting rediscovery, in the crags of extinct volcanoes, in submerged river canyons, in caves sealed by shifting tectonic plates. The next chapter of our journey leads us from metal to stone, a world locked in ice, then shattered by abrupt climate change. We will examine the scars in the Earth's crust, the abrupt freeze-thaw cycles, and the geological echoes that may explain why an advanced metallurgy could flourish and then vanish in the blink of geological time. Sleep lightly now, and let the metals of legend glitter in your dreams, guiding you toward the younger Dryas and the fingerprints it left on our world. A hush settles over the moonlit plain as you kneel beside a narrow trench, your fingertips brushing away centuries of silt to reveal a ribbon of charcoal, black as obsidian and more brittle than the soil around it. Radiocarbon dating pegs this layer at about 12,820 years ago, and as you stare into that streak of ancient fire, you feel the planet itself holding its breath. Welcome to the younger Dryas, a sudden plunge back into near-glacial cold that jolted Earth's post-Ice Age thaw to an abrupt halt. Geologists first brought this chill into focus by drilling ice cores in Greenland. There, trapped air bubbles recorded a 9 to 15 degrees Celsius temperature drop in mere decades, a blink on geological timescales. Pollen counts collapsed, charcoal spiked, and nano-diamonds began to surface in ocean sediments, hinting at a violent cosmic encounter. The original storyteller drops you into this drama with cinematic flair, glaciers groaning, mammoths stumbling into blizzards, human hearths abandoned under swirling snow. Then, like a dive team charting uncharted wreckage, they cut to core samples, chemical fingerprints that point toward a comet strike, wildfires ignited on 2 continents simultaneously, and floods that carve new channels through what had been fertile grasslands. Let's take that same plunge, but with a sleeker current of narrative, guiding you through the evidence and emotion in equal measure. First, the fire. Across North America and Eurasia, dozens of sediment cores yield layers of burnt wood and charred pollen. Some scientists estimate that a comet fragment, shattering in Earth's upper atmosphere, streaked across the sky, ejecting enough heat and debris to ignite vast tracts of forest in an instant. Smoke veiled the sun, plunging daytime temperatures into frost. Under those darkened skies, vegetation faltered, herds of woolly creatures dwindled, and human bands faced the grim choice: adapt or perish. Next, the flood. Imagine Lake Agassiz, a freshwater giant rivaling the Great Lakes, held at bay by a natural ice dam. Then, a sudden breach. Trillions of gallons of water surge into the North Atlantic, releasing a pulse of cold meltwater that snuffs out the ocean's conveyor belt, the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. Warm currents stall. Western Europe braces for an Ice Age sequel. In geological records, that deluge appears as a fresh layer of fine silt, an undersea sediment whispering of megafloods that rewrote coastlines. No single cause explains every clue. Instead, a composite picture emerges. A comet strike ignites continent-spanning blazes. The resulting ash and soot blot out the sun. Then, melting ice and shifting currents trigger a freshwater flood that halts ocean heat transport. In the fallout, droughts ravage monsoonal systems as far apart as the Sahara and the Yangtze. In South America's pampas, loess deposits thicken. In China's Yellow River Basin, dust swept in by fierce winds blankets loess plateaus. Even the Nile's annual floods dwindle, recorded in Egyptian sediment layers as unexplained dry spells. Yet amid catastrophe, life endures and humans adapt. At Monteverde in Chile, the remains of small hearths suggest coastal foraging survived where megafauna hunters once thrived. Stone tools transform, from massive spear points to slender, versatile microliths better suited to fishing and small game hunting. In Europe, what was once a reindeer hunter toolkit gives way to blades and scrapers tailored for diverse diets. Genetic studies of flora and fauna reveal bottleneck effects, brief reductions in population followed by rapid recovery and diversification. In North America, Clovis sites, once thought emblematic of a pan-continental culture, abruptly vanish. New traditions appear, carrying technologies that spread southward into Mesoamerica. It was not global collapse alone, but global reinvention. Social networks extended, groups traded resources, shared techniques, and forged alliances that would shape the seeds of agriculture. Meanwhile, archaeology uncovers a surprising continuity. In Pennsylvania, hearths at the Gainey site show new hearthstone patterns better suited to slow roasting of nuts and tubers. In the Old World, improved water management systems appear in the Levant, hinting that drought-scarce zones inspired early irrigation. The Younger Dryas crisis acted as a forge, tempering human ingenuity. The true drama lies in how swiftly recovery followed. Within a millennium, pollen records show birch forests reclaiming Europe, then pine and oak. In the Americas, the Clovis disappearance gives way to Folsom cultures. By 11,500 years ago, warming resumed, and with it came new possibilities. Domestication of plants in the Fertile Crescent, settlement of river valleys across Eurasia, and the first sparks of civilization. As you rise from the trench, charcoal still clinging to your gloves, you sense the pulse of that ancient frieze beneath your feet. A reminder that Earth's climate can flip in the time it takes to plant a single tree. It also reminds you that human resilience is woven from adaptability, from forging fresh paths when old ones vanish. The Younger Dryas may seem a distant cataclysm, but its echoes resonate today. Our modern world, poised on the brink of rapid change, can learn from ancestors who turned crisis into innovation. They branched into agriculture, mapped new routes, and laid the groundwork for urban centers to come. Soon, we will shift from ice and ash to ink and parchment as we explore an enigmatic 16th century chart that sketches vanished coastlines and hints at lands drowned by rising seas. We will peel back the layers of that map, where myth and cartography entwine. But for now, let the tapestry of ice, fire, and flood stir your thoughts as you drift into sleep, ready for maritime mysteries and sunken realms awaiting just beyond the horizon. A hush fills the library as you lean over the time-worn parchment, its edges singed by centuries of candlelight. At first glance, it looks like any other portolan chart: coiled compass roses, scalloped coastlines, and clusters of Arabic script. But then your finger traces a ribbon of blue ink along South America's southern tip, continuing straight into an ice-clad Antarctica hundreds of miles north of any known shoreline. You realize you're not looking at fantasy. You're staring at the Piri Reis map, drawn in 1513, yet depicting lands that Europeans wouldn't confirm for centuries. How did Ottoman Admiral Piri Reis assemble such precise details? His preface names 100 source charts, Portuguese, Arabic, even ancient ones, but none of those should have shown an ice-free Antarctica. This isn't mere cartographic flair, it's a puzzle keyed to pre-satellite knowledge. Centuries before Google Earth, mariners crossed open water with only the stars, the wind, and their instruments. Yet Piri Reis's map pins the Falkland Islands in exact latitude and captures South America's coastline with better accuracy than many 18th century charts. His Atlantic legend reads like a navigator's log, not a scribe's fantasy. On this side lies the known coast of Brazil, he writes then, beyond the land of ice, where no man walks. Later, scholars discovered that the southern continent on his map aligns not with ice fields, but with pre-Holocene shorelines, when Antarctica was warm enough to be charted. Some propose Piri Reis inherited fragments of an even older world chart, surviving from vanished seafaring civilizations. Others suspect an uncanny combination of sailors' hearsay and ingenious triangulation. Either way, the result is impossible to ignore, a 500-year-old map that bridges myth and geodesy. As you follow your finger along the ocean's edge, you spot another curiosity. A slender ribbon of land east of South America, curving like a comet's tail, too narrow to be Brazil, too stubby to be any known island. It matches only one hypothetical landmass, the fabled Atlantis. Could this map be a copy of a copy, filtered through centuries of retelling, yet still preserving a sliver of truth? To unravel this, let's sail into the layers of the map itself. First, the pigments. Modern analysis shows the reds and blues derived from cinnabar and indigo, imported materials that Piri Reis's workshop would have prized. The parchment, carbon-dated, confirms a 16th century origin. Ink composition aligns with Ottoman recipes, yet stylistic flourishes, arabesques around coastal cities, tiny drawings of native peoples, mirror Mamluk and Andalusian traditions. It's a cartographic tapestry woven from east and west. Next, the compilation methods. Piri Reis claims to have consulted charts of the Spanish crown and Portuguese navigation logs, but the precision of some coastlines suggests observational data gathered by sailors centuries earlier, possibly Phoenician, Carthaginian, or even Atlantean survivors rumored to have traversed these seas. While mainstream historians attribute anomalies to periodic copying errors, the consistent depiction of Antarctica's northern shore, ice-free and mountainous, resists accidental misplacement. Then there's the oceanographic detail. The map shows Gulf Stream eddies, shallow shoals, and safe anchorages in exactly the right places. Modern reconstructions of early 16th century navigation methods demonstrate that even skilled pilots would struggle to chart such subtleties without systematic depth soundings. Did Piri Reis have access to secret pilot books passed down from one maritime power to the next? Or did he assemble eyewitness sketches from sailors who'd pushed beyond familiar routes? Consider the margins, too. Marginalia, in Ottoman Turkish, quotes a now-lost poem praising the sea god Siavash, and speaks of a path beneath the waves. These cryptic verses may have served as veiled references to submerged towns, prompting mapmakers to note coastlines long since drowned by rising post-glacial seas. The final layer is the map's afterlife. For centuries it hung in Topkapi Palace, unseen by Western eyes until 1929. When scholars first examined it, the global cartographic community exploded in debate. Some hailed it as proof of ancient, advanced maritime cultures. Others dismissed it as a curious amalgam of hearsay and guesswork. Yet every new technical test only deepens the mystery rather than dispelling it. Now, you roll up the parchment and glance at the horizon beyond the library window. The ocean itself seems alive with uncharted contours and sunken empires waiting beneath its waves. As the lamplight wavers on your map case, you feel the tug of undiscovered truths. In just a few moments, we will turn from inked legends on parchment to the stone-hewn enclosures of Karahantepe, where 12,000-year-old ancestors sculpted their own cartographies in basalt and ritual space. Until then, let the shifting lines of Piri Reis's world guide your dreams across horizonless waters. A tremor of curiosity shivers beneath your feet as you approach Karahantepe's half-excavated terraces. This isn't a village or a fortress. It's a deliberate burial of knowledge, stones arrayed like a message in code. Sunlight skips over T-shaped monoliths, stained by centuries of wind and rain, as if reluctant to reveal the story they guard. In this forgotten corner of Anatolia, 12,000 years ago, someone chose to carve their legacy into living rock and to hide it beneath the soil. You step into the circular enclosure, nearly 20 feet across, where pillars stand in pairs like silent sentinels. Their vertical stances feel human, yet their phallic forms pulse with a strangely intimate symbolism. Creation, regeneration, the pulse of life itself. No mortar binds these stones. No crane or iron tool left a telltale mark. Their precision suggests a mastery of geometry and labor organization that should not belong to a hunter-gatherer era. Whoever built this had both vision and methods we still struggle to comprehend. Every pillar bears carvings, serpentine lines that twist into knots, abstract glyphs echoing no known script, animal forms rendered with brutalist simplicity. A fox here, a scorpion there, creatures that haunted early humans' dreams and nightmares alike. Yet these images are not decorative. They form an iconographic network, a lexicon of meaning that once resonated in ritual gatherings. Stand on the central flagstone and you can almost feel the hum of collective breath, the low chant awaiting release. Behind the circle lies a subterranean gallery carved directly into limestone. Descend cautiously, and the air cools. Water drips in irregular pulses. The walls inside are unnervingly smooth, punctuated by shallow niches that once held objects, perhaps timber beams, or offerings that long since perished. Acoustic tests reveal that a whisper at one end carries clearly to the opposite wall, suggesting sound played a role. Ritual chants, signals, knowledge transmitted through vibration. Here, architecture and technology fuse into something that defies simple classification. Why bury it? Karahantepe's builders didn't abandon their creation. They entombed it in layers of earth, stone, and deliberate backfill, then walked away. It feels like a time capsule sealed against catastrophe, a library encoded in stone for unknown readers of a distant future. Did they foresee a deluge, a social collapse, or an ice age thrusting them back into raw survival? Or did they guard secrets so potent, star maps, seasonal calendars, spiritual protocols, that exposure would unleash forces beyond their control? Surrounding the central circle, smaller enclosures and passageways unfold like corridors in a memory palace. One chamber hints at rudimentary plumbing, channels carved to direct rainwater into stone-lined basins. Nearby, a 7-pillar cluster evokes cosmic numerology. 7 days, 7 stars, 7 layers of underworld. The builders encoded meaning across multiple dimensions: spatial geometry, acoustic resonance, numerical symbolism. Yet Karahantepe offers no written record, only glyphs and architecture. Its silence challenges us. Can we learn their language through pattern alone? Modern researchers pore over satellite scans that reveal a network of similar monuments buried just out of sight. In Kahantepe, Göbekli Tepe, other Anatolian sites, suggesting a region-wide tradition of knowledge preservation. These communities weren't isolated. They shared blueprints and rituals, a web of megalithic hubs that anchored memory in stone. As twilight falls, the pillars cast long shadows that dance across the trench floor, reminders that light and dark interplay in both nature and myth. One pillar, fallen in antiquity, carries deeper carvings, concentric rings that some interpret as an eclipse event, others as layers of the earth itself. The ancients encoded celestial catastrophe and geological upheaval into a monolith, perhaps a warning, perhaps an invocation. What remains clear is this: Karahantepe was never a dwelling. It was a sanctuary of ideas, a deliberate intersection of science, art, and ceremony. Its builders sculpted not merely for the gods, but for future intelligence, ours, hoping that we might arrive curious, decode the patterns, and rekindle a conversation interrupted by time. As darkness settles, the site's silhouette transforms. Pillars become phantoms, corridors deepen into mystery. But the story does not end here. Across distant seas, islands of stone stand sentinel over their own ancient secrets. In our next journey, we will venture into those megalithic realms, where cathedrals of coral and basalt rise from turquoise shallows, and the architecture of memory reaches across ocean swells. Sleep now, with echoes of stone at your back, and dream of the island citadels that await discovery in the chapter ahead. Megalithic island civilizations. Long before compasses dared to point north, scattered islands in the vast Pacific stood as silent archives of human ingenuity. Their stone towers and monolithic platforms, weathered by centuries of salt and wind, still whisper tales of engineers who dared defy the limits of their time. Tonight, as you drift into slumber, imagine we sail into a realm where coral-encrusted blocks form labyrinthine temples, and every carved groove holds a fragment of a civilization that thrived on the edge of the known world. Our journey begins on the wind-swept shores of Pohnpei, where Nan Madol's canals shimmer like obsidian ribbons under a moonlit sky. Here, nearly 100 artificial islets, hewn from sculpted basalt, float upon a lagoon, as though Atlas himself fashioned them to anchor heaven to earth. How did builders transport blocks weighing dozens of tons without wheels or draft animals? Some scholars propose sophisticated rafts and bamboo rollers, while others argue for a system of levers and concerted human effort. Either way, each method demands a level of organization and technica. Venture next to Tonga, where the Ha'amonga a Maui trilithon stands sentinel atop a grassy plateau. These three stones, perfectly balanced, were erected by the Tui Tonga dynasty as a demonstration of royal power and, some believe, celestial alignment. At dawn on the solstice, the rising sun slips precisely between the two uprights, casting a slender beam that illuminates the central lintel. Such precision suggests not only architectural prowess, but also a deep understanding of astronomy, lore passed down through generations of navigators who read the stars like maps. Yet these are not isolated marvels. A network of oral histories binds them, from the magnificent steps of Yap's stone moneybanks to the submerged city ruins off Okinawa. Myth and memory converge, suggesting a shared cultural vocabulary. Songs sung in the Polynesian Triangle carry references to isles of basalt giants, while Micronesian chants describe temples that rose on tides. Genetic studies even hint at ancient migrations, tiny traces of a ghost population that reached far-flung atolls and left behind legends rather than parchment's new text document. Consider Ulithi Atoll's marauding reefs. The interior lagoon, dotted with low islets, conceals platforms constructed from stone, rubble and coral. These platforms once supported thatched halls and sacred meeting places, yet today they are submerged under meters of water, testament to shifting sea levels and forgotten societies. Modern divers mapping the reef floors have uncovered walls aligned with precision, as though local architects had plotted out blueprints centuries before CAD software existed. Every megalith here is more than mortarless masonry. It's a manifesto etched in basalt. Chains of petroglyphs, spirals, wave patterns, and anthropomorphic figures decorate the stones, speaking of cosmology, kingship, and the ocean's dominion. In some temples, high-relief turtles and shark motifs guard entryways, invoking deities that ruled beneath and above the waves. One could spend a lifetime tracing the subtle variations from island to island, each carving a dialect in stone. But as mighty as these structures are, they face inexorable change. Erosion, climate shifts, and human encroachment gnaw at their foundations. Archaeologists now race against time, using LiDAR and ground-penetrating radar to map submerged quays and terraces before they disappear. Every recovered fragment, a chiseled tool, a broken statue, becomes a keystone to reconstructing the blueprint of these vanished kingdoms. Yet the essence of these island civilizations lives on in local ceremonies. On Pohnpei, dancers reenact the barefooted transport of basalt blocks. In Tonga, elders recite chants that recount the binding of islands into a single realm under divine mandate. Across Oceania, every festival and story carries a strand of this megalithic tapestry, proof that monuments need not stand unbroken to endure. As you let the night carry you into dreams, hold fast to this thought. These stones, scattered across the deep, are not relics of a lost age, but the prologue to our shared future. They remind us that even in isolation, humans build bridges of stone and song, forging connections that outlast empires. And somewhere beyond the horizon, new chapters await those who listen to the murmur of waves, the chorus of stars, and the silent song of megaliths calling travelers home. In our next chapter, we will decode the cryptic carvings that crown our journey, a message etched in time, waiting to reveal how ancient minds mapped the very architecture of thought. Until then, let the rhythm of the ocean's pulse guide your dreams. A hush falls over the frozen north, where daylight lingers like a reluctant guest. Here, at the brink of our known world, legends whisper of a land bathed in endless light, an Arctic Eden lost to time. This is Hyperborea, a name that once danced on the lips of priests and philosophers, and still lingers in the wind that sweeps across the ice. Long before satellite imagery, people looked north and saw more than ice. Greek storytellers spoke of a paradise beyond Boreas, where the sun never weary. To the ancients, Hyperborea was more than myth. It was a promise. They imagined temples of polished marble that caught the golden rays, orchards heavy with fruit, and a people untouched by age or sorrow. Yet for centuries, modern scholars dismissed these tales as poetic fancy. How could a civilization flourish where frost reigns? Then again, oracles do not spin lies, and so we ask, could a pre-glacial world have sheltered life at the pole? Slowly, whispers of truth seep through the ice. In the late 19th century, explorers reported open waters near the pole, strange plant fossils far north, and even the bones of warm-blooded creatures buried in permafrost. These hints of a temperate past upended everything we thought we knew about Earth's climate. Flash forward to today. Deep core samples reveal Arctic summers once rivaled those of modern Europe. Forests thrived where now nothing grows but lichen. Rivers carved valleys beneath a sky both kinder and wilder. But that Eden came with a pivot point, the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 years ago, when glaciers retreated and then surged back in a cataclysmic dance. Could a civilization have risen in those fleeting interludes of warmth? Imagine communities building sanctuaries of stone on shores now submerged, worshipping the midnight sun, charting stars unseen from temperate latitudes. Their greatest feat would have been surviving the glacial pulse that followed, a pulse strong enough to erase their traces from the face of the Earth. Enter the theory of crustal shift. Famously championed by Charles Hapgood and even eyed by Albert Einstein, it proposes that Earth's outer shell can slip in a sudden lurch, not slow continental drift, but a planetary reset. In that instant, habitable lands could swap places. Fertile north would freeze, tropical zones turn barren, and entire cultures vanish under ice. Such an event might explain why ancient maps, like the Orontius Phineas chart of 1537, depict polar coastlines free of ice, dotted with rivers and settlements. Who sketched those details? And how did they receive their knowledge? Could they have inherited memories of a time when Hyperborea was real? We find similar echoes among Arctic peoples. Inuit legends speak of a warm land at the pole, ringed by mountains and inhabited by spirits. Norse sagas tell of Thule, a realm of twilight summers. Celtic bards claimed that the dead journeyed north to a realm of eternal rest. When myths align across continents, at least one question demands an answer: coincidence or collective remembrance? Today's researchers scour satellite images for submerged terraces, sonar scans for buried structures, radiocarbon dates for any sign of human handiwork beneath the pack ice. Every anomaly, an oddly shaped rock formation, a geometric pattern on the seafloor, becomes a thread in this Arctic tapestry. Yet even the most tantalizing discovery leaves us asking, what stories did these people tell by their hearths? What songs did they sing beneath auroras that danced like celestial fire? We will probably never hear their voices, but we can feel their echoes in the north wind. And so, as the Arctic night falls once more, we turn our gaze toward the forgotten temples and sunlit groves of Hyperborea. We follow in the footsteps of dreamers who believed in a world beyond ice, who refused to let myth sink into legend. Sleep now, carried on the cold air of possibility. Let these visions of a sunlit pole drift through your dreams, where ancient halls stand intact beneath ancient stars. And when morning comes, be ready to seek the secrets deeper in the ice, where the story continues. In the lands of Hyperborea revisited, ancient Arctic peoples. Sweet dreams beneath the silent glow of the polar sky. Before we plunge into the heart of this frozen fable, imagine a voice drawing you in with a single question. What if the cradle of civilization lay not under a desert sun, but beneath the polar midnight sun? In whispers passed down by shamans and scribes, their echoes a promise of Hyperborea, a realm of eternal warmth hidden beyond the edge of ice. Tonight, let's follow those echoes and see what they might reveal. They called it Hyperborea, beyond Boreas, the god of the north wind. To ancient Greeks, it was a rumor, an impossible dream where winter never came, and people lived without age or disease. They spoke a tongue unknown to scholars, yet every oracle understood their song. Apollo himself was said to spend his winters there, whisked across an unending summer sky by a golden swan. Poetry? Or a memory of something deeper? Modern historians dismiss Hyperborea as allegory, a metaphor for unreachable perfection. And yet, find one culture that never notices the same shimmer on their horizon. The Celts told of Hebrev, a land where heroes found rest. Norse skalds sang of Odinsaker, a realm where the sun dipped but did not die. Even Inuit hunters, living on the very ice that should have nothing to offer, spoke of a hidden warmth at the pole, guarded by mountain spirits. What are we to make of this uncanny chorus of global testimony, shared delusion, or a fragmented memory of a time when the Arctic was unfrozen? In the 19th century, explorers returned with tales of open seas at the pole. Fossil forests lay buried beneath permafrost. Bones of tropical mammals lay scattered where polar bears now roam. Scientists charted lush landscapes, rivers coursing through what is today a graveyard of ice. And then came the Younger Dryas, 12 millennia ago, a planetary reckoning of melting glaciers, rising seas, and a climate that tore whole ecosystems apart. Could a temperate society, thriving in what is now deathly cold, have been entombed beneath that ice? The idea, once deemed fringe, found an unlikely champion. Einstein himself corresponded with Charles Hapgood on Earth crust displacement, the bold suggestion that our planet's shell might shift in one cataclysmic lurch, vaulting the pole into different latitudes overnight. Picture this: a civilization waking to frozen skies, their cities buried beneath a glacier's weight before they could even cry alarm. Their culture, advanced, peaceful, devoted to art and music, would vanish, leaving only murmurs. But what clues remain? Look again at the ancient Oronteus Phineus map of 1531. It portrays the polar regions not as white wastelands, but as coastlines and mountains, detailed waterways and island chains. Who traced such lines so long before modern cartography? Still more intriguing are the genetic quirks of northern peoples. Certain mitochondrial DNA markers carry an echo of migrations that defy the out-of-Africa narrative. Unusual alleles cluster in Arctic populations, hinting at ancestral roots in places that, by today's geography, simply cannot be found. Could these strands of DNA be the threads of Hyperborea's survivors carried aloft on boats across Beringia, seeding the first human settlements of the New World? And what of the megaliths, those mathematical marvels of stone found around the equator? Their alignments to solstices and stars often point northward, as if each temple and tomb were oriented toward a vanished axis mundi. Not the current North Pole, but an earlier pivot, a celestial anchor that no longer reigns the sky. So here is the speculative crescendo. Hyperborea was more than myth. It was the world's first blueprint for utopia, a cultural singularity so ancient it became legend before history even began. Its memory survives in myths, in maps, in our blood, whispering of a time when peace was not a dream, but a way of life. When the north was not the edge of despair, but the dawn of possibility. As the ice claimed their cities, Hyperboreans slipped into memory, yet they never truly died. Their legacy courses through DNA, echoes in sunstones aligned to lost poles, and reverberates in every tale of a golden age beyond the horizon. And now, as we let this vision settle, consider what other marvels lie buried by time's frost. Tomorrow's chapter will draw us even deeper into stone temples older than history itself, where inscriptions carved in living rock may hold the next key to humanity's hidden past. Drift now into sleep, carried on the breath of Arctic winds, dreaming of a land that once was, and may yet be, just beyond the ice. A single river once coursed through what is now parched desert, a lifeline so vast it cradled cities of unimaginable scale. In the hushed silence beneath centuries of sand, archaeologists are unearthing the ruins of a metropolis older than Harappa, older than Mohenjo-Daro, its foundations whispering of a civilization that flourished at the dawn of human history. Why has the Sarasvati River vanished? Satellite data reveal a dry riverbed stretching hundreds of miles across northern India and Pakistan, its course matching descriptions in the Rig Veda, an ancient hymn that paints this waterway as the lifeblood of a golden age. Now, beneath the sun-bleached plains of Haryana and Rajasthan, massive mud-brick walls and grid-like streets emerge, carbon-dated to 5000 BCE and beyond. Picture this. A team of remote sensing experts detects geometric anomalies under half a kilometre of sediment. Excavations confirm a sprawling city, its urban plan as precise as anything built millennia later. Streets intersect at right angles. Granaries and workshops stand in orderly rows. Reservoirs large enough to rival modern stadiums promise the ancients mastered water management. Here, in what should have been barren dust, lies proof of a people who didn't just adapt, they excelled. Mainstream archaeologists once viewed these Vedic hymns as poetic fancy. Now, the finds demand a reckoning. How did these builders achieve architectural uniformity across settlements hundreds of miles apart? Why are there no palaces or elaborate temples, only standardized homes, public baths, and silent avenues? And perhaps most puzzlingly, why did the Sarasvati dry up, swallowing these cities whole? The Rig Veda doesn't merely mention Sarasvati, it immortalizes her as a goddess, mighty, unbroken mother of waters. Some hymns speak of grand citadels with 100 gates, streets lined with scholars debating astronomy. Could these verses be more than metaphor? What if ritual and poetry served as the only archives for a civilization that understood the fragility of ink on palm leaves? Imagine hymns as cultural fossils, scripts of stone replaced by scripts of song. As monsoons shifted courses and tectonic shifts drained the river, these cities were abandoned, their stories preserved in ritual and verse rather than carved in stone. In that silence, knowledge hid. Mathematical precision in urban grids, hydraulic genius in reservoir engineering, and perhaps even astronomical observatories aligned with solstices. What if the Sarasvati Valley represents the world's first true urban revolution? A cradle of civilization that predated Mesopotamia's ziggurats and Egypt's pyramids, graduating humanity from scattered farming villages to interconnected city-states. And when the river vanished, perhaps through gradual desiccation or cataclysmic upheaval, this culture didn't vanish entirely. It transformed, its essence flowing into Hindu scripture, philosophy, and ritual. So, as you let your eyelids grow heavy, consider this. Hidden beneath 5 millennia of dust lies a city that taught the world how to build, govern, and remember. Its streets may have turned to sand, but its memory courses on in verse. And soon we'll turn our ears to submerged stone paths and sunken temples where another civilization defied the depths, waiting to whisper its own ancient secrets. Sleep now to the rhythm of lost rivers, and prepare for the silent stones that rise from ocean floors to challenge everything we think we know. Beneath the glittering surface of the Persian Gulf lies a story older than dynasties, an island kingdom whispered of in Sumerian clay tablets as a land of divine abundance. Here, pearl-white shores once lured caravans from distant Mesopotamia, bearing copper and carnelian in exchange for the purest water, the sweetest dates, and the promise of immortality. Tonight, let us sail eastward to Dilmun, where myth and history entwine beneath the same desert sun. In the dawn of recorded time, Sumerian scribes called Dilmun the place where the sun rises, a bridge between earth and the realm of the gods. As trade routes wove from the Tigris-Euphrates basin to its ports, merchants chronicled palm-fringed oases so lush they seemed enchanted. Yet these accounts tread the line between factual ledger and poetic hymn. Were they praising inland markets or describing a real island that once stood proud where today's map shows only shallow shoals? Myths both reveal and conceal. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the hero seeks Utnapishtim, the survivor of the Great Flood, in a land pure and bright, where the gods showered immortality. Clay seals depict winged bulls greeting visitors at city gates, suggesting Dilmun's rulers claimed divine favor. Interwoven with these grand images are subtler hints, lists of commodities, canal networks, and burial mounds, evidence that Dilmun was firmly anchored in the human world, not merely a poet's paradise. Modern archaeology has traced Dilmun's heart to Bahrain, where tumuli rise like low pyramids across sandy plains. Excavations reveal graves laden with jewelry, proof of a people who believed in an afterlife rich with offerings. Nearby, the ruins of ancient docks and imported pottery from Oman, Iran, and Mesopotamia speak of a kingdom that mastered sea lanes long before empires claimed those same waters. Visualize Arabian dhows gliding into Dilmun's creeks, their hulls creaking under the weight of lapis lazuli and tin. On shore, scribes recorded transactions on clay envelopes sealed with cylinder stamps, the earliest form of branding. This was more than a way station. Dilmun was a promise of purity and power. Kings in Ur paid tribute in copper and ivory and received date syrup rumored to cure disease. Trade fueled its wealth, but belief in its sanctity sustained its reputation. By the late 2nd millennium BCE, records of Dilmun grow scarce. Rising sea levels may have swallowed low-lying settlements, while shifting trade routes favored new powers on the Arabian Peninsula. Gradually, the island slipped from memory, preserved only in mythic echoes, like an island that existed more in the imaginations of scribes than on any merchant's map. Yet Dilmun did not vanish entirely. In later Babylonian texts, it reappears as the backdrop for creation myths, a pristine shore where fresh water met salt, a symbol of perfect beginnings. Zoroastrian priests invoked its image in rituals celebrating renewal, and today, Bahrain's ancient burial mounds stand sentinel to a civilization that fused commerce with cosmology. As you let your eyes grow heavy, picture Dilmun's harbor at sunset. Palm fronds rustling in a warm breeze, wooden sailboats rocking gently, and priests chanting to deities of sea and spring. Sense the weight of copper ingots being unloaded, the glitter of carnelian beads slipping through a merchant's fingers, and the hush of pilgrims drawing water from a sacred well. Soon we will leave these pearly beaches and venture northward into carved sandstone cliffs, where another ancient world awaits its story. Rest now, carried by the whisper of waves and the promise of tomorrow's journey to geological evidence and the Younger Dryas theory. As the moonlight fades on our voyage through time's hidden corridors, we see a pattern woven across every lost realm we've explored. From Atlantis' submerged grandeur to Dilmun's pearly shores, each civilization spoke in stone and story, trade and temple. They remind us that every culture, no matter how distant, mysterious, or half forgotten, was driven by the same impulses that shape us today: curiosity, belief, and the desire to leave a mark on the world. Whether tracking Orichalcum's brilliance, charting Piri Reis's enigmatic lines, or deciphering Göbekli Tepe's silent messages, we've witnessed how myth and evidence entwine. In ancient Bahrain, traders chased immortality. On Easter Island, colossal moai gazed toward distant horizons. Beneath the Pacific, Lemuria's secrets beckoned intrepid sailors. Each chapter has been a doorway, inviting us to question, to imagine, and to look beyond the map. Now, as we bring this odyssey to shore, consider what these stories mean for us at this moment. They teach patience in discovery, archaeology isn't rushed, and humility before mysteries that may never fully yield their secrets. Most of all, they spark wonder, the conviction that somewhere, just out of sight, lies another fragment of our shared heritage waiting to be found. Thank you for joining Sleepy History Chronicles on this dreamlike expedition. If these nightly journeys awaken your own questions, or your heart to wander, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss the next chapter. Share your favorite discovery in the comments below, and let us know which civilization you'd follow into the depths next. May your dreams tonight carry you over submerged cities and along star-lit trade routes. Until tomorrow, when we peer through ice and aurora into Hyperborea's frozen realm, rest well and keep wandering in wonder. Beneath the crushing weight of ancient oceans and across deserts scorched by vanished suns, there lies a whisper, a memory etched into stone and steel that predates every empire we've ever learned about. Long before humanity staked its claim on these lands, there were architects who quarried impossibly precise monoliths, craftsmen who alloyed metals that gleamed like liquid flame, and navigators who charted courses not by compass, but by the rhythm of the stars themselves. These civilizations rose in glorious splendor, turning sand into cities and rock into temples aligned with constellations now obscured by time. Then, on a single night of cataclysmic upheaval, when skies burned, seas boiled, and the very crust of the world heaved, their lights were snuffed out. No scrolls remain to tell their stories, no monuments stand intact to commemorate their triumphs. And yet their heartbeat echoes in submerged terraces, in rings of drowned pillars, in metal ingots fused with alloys unknown to modern science. What unimaginable disaster could erase such brilliance from the face of the earth? And why do these hidden testimonies still pulse beneath our feet, daring us to uncover the truths they guard so jealously? Let us descend together into the forbidden depths of pre-flood history, where the line between myth and reality shatters, and the greatest secrets of our world wait in silent vigil. Over 1,000 years before our calendars began ticking, the world lay in a fragile balance between wonder and ruin. In those early days, recorded only in cryptic genealogies and fragmented myths, humanity walked hand in hand with powers beyond our comprehension. Vast cities rose in a single generation, their marble spires and iron gates gleaming under skies unscarred by smog or war. Men and women lived for centuries, guardians of knowledge so ancient it seemed to predate creation itself. These were the people of the pre-flood world, the architects of an age that Scripture barely dares to speak of. The book of Genesis offers a brief, startling glimpse. The sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward. In one breath, we learn of angelic beings descending to earth, and in the next, giants roaming the plains, their footsteps shaking the foundations of fledgling kingdoms. Technology blossomed, weapons of bronze ignited arguments between city-states, irrigation networks transformed deserts into oases, and metal alloys rivaling modern steel were forged by craftsmen whose names have long since vanished. Yet it was not a slow decline but a sudden reset that marked the end of that golden age. The waters above opened in torrents of divine judgment, rains unceasing for 40 days and nights, ocean currents turned into surging maelstroms, and mountains swept away like sandcastles beneath a tidal wave. Entire continents were redrawn, coastal kingdoms slipped beneath the waves, the memory of paradise drowned under a blanket of silt and sorrow. Only one vessel, crafted at the behest of the lone righteous, survived the cataclysm, carrying the seed of a new humanity. But before the deluge, those ancients had created marvels we still discover today. Submerged terraces off forgotten shores, their steps once crowded with traders and pilgrims. Monolithic pillars aligned to constellations now shifted by millennia. Metal ingots recovered from shipwrecks whose composition defies every known alloy. Why did the giants of that era vanish so completely? Were they undone by hubris, corrupted by forbidden knowledge, or simply victims of a cosmic realignment beyond mortal control? And what role did the Watchers, those fallen beings, play in unraveling the moral fabric of civilization? Enoch's apocryphal writings hint at archives buried in secret caverns filled with prophecies and star maps meant to guide the righteous through the cycles of rise and fall. In the hush after the storm, a few survivors stepped onto soil cleansed by judgment. They found cathedrals of coral where cities once stood, and inscriptions half erased in caves carved by ancient hands. Clutching fragments of memory, genealogies, songs, mythic chronicles, they rebuilt not from ignorance but from grief, writing down every detail so that the sins of the fathers would not be repeated. From their ashes arose the laws of new kingdoms, the first temple foundations, and the sacred oaths that would shape every civilization to follow. Today, when we trace the lines of genetic oddities, when we uncover flood layers buried in Mesopotamian plains, or when we detect submerged ruins off coastlines long eroded, we are touching the echoes of that lost world. Every artifact is a testament to lives lived on the edge of transcendence, every legend a whisper of glories erased by divine decree. And beneath our modern cities, in hidden repositories of clay tablets and scrolls, the faint heartbeat of the pre-flood civilization still awaits its rediscovery. As the waters recede in memory, we stand at the threshold of revelation. The next chapter will take us beyond the gravelled floodwaters, up into the realms where prophecy and history converge. We will meet the man who walked with angels, the scribe chosen to safeguard the secrets of heaven and earth. His name is Enoch, and his story is the bridge between what was and what will be. Above the storm-swept plains of early humanity, where the last echoes of the deluge still trembled in the earth, a lone figure walked a path between two worlds. Enoch was not a king nor a prophet by birth, but he became the first mortal chosen to stand at heaven's gate, and to return bearing secrets no human had ever known. In an age where cities lay buried beneath flood silt and memory itself was a fragile thread, he carried the burden of preserving an entire cosmic archive. From the moment the Watchers, those angelic sentinels, looked upon his faithful heart, Enoch's fate was sealed. He did not shrink from their luminous presence. Instead, he reached out with steady hands, ready to learn the language of stars and the architecture of angelic realms. As the heavens parted like a veil, he ascended through rings of light and choral echoes, leaving behind a world still reeling in the aftermath of divine judgment. With each step upward, he stepped farther from mortal limitation, his vision expanding until he beheld the library of the firmament, a place where time flowed in spirals, and every moment of creation was encoded in sapphire tablets. Listen closely to the tale of his otherworldly journey. At the summit of celestial councils, Enoch stood before the Most High, surrounded by archangels whose wings were woven from dawn's first rays. They entrusted him with sacred scrolls describing the movement of galaxies, the names of fallen stars, and the blueprint of every creature's soul. Their voices were not words, but vibrations that resonated through Enoch's bones, each tone unlocking doors in his mind. In that instant, he became more than a man. He was a living conduit between earth and sky. Yet the task was far from simple. To deliver these revelations to humankind, Enoch had to translate divine resonance into human script. Night after night, by the light of a ghostly lantern that never waned, he set quill to parchment. He wrote of angelic hierarchies, of cosmic cycles that rose and fell like tides, and of the Watcher's own origins, beings once fashioned from pure intention, now fractured by forbidden love and the weight of mortal sin. Each chapter he completed trembled with power. In one, he charted the birth of new constellations. In another, he catalogued the names of souls destined for redemption or ruin. All the while, shadows of doubt crept in. How could mere words contain the brilliance of celestial knowledge? What danger lurked in teaching humans the mathematics of the divine? The Watchers reminded him gently, knowledge, like fire, can forge or consume. But in your stewardship, balance must prevail. And so Enoch wove caution into his writings, warnings of pride, laments for lost innocence, and prayers for a world still healing from the flood's scars. When at last he descended back to the trembling earth, he carried not just ink-stained scrolls, but the very heartbeat of heaven. He gathered the faithful and shared truths that would shape every generation to come, the cycles of ages, the paths of angels, and the fragile covenant between Creator and created. His words became the cornerstone of hidden traditions, whispered in secluded sanctuaries and copied into secret codices. Even kings and scholars, unaware of his full journey, revered him as the scribe who walked the skies. But Enoch's legacy extends beyond what we can read. Some say that on certain nights, when the moon's silver arc aligns with Orion's belt, his spirit returns to whisper unfinished verses to those who listen. Others claim that fragments of his celestial diaries lie buried in caves guarded by ancient orders, awaiting the day when humanity's heart is ready to receive their full wisdom. As dawn breaks on our own era of discovery, when satellites peer into the cosmic dark and quantum theories edge toward the divine, it is Enoch's courage that reminds us, between earth and heaven there lies a bridge built by a single man's unwavering faith. His journey teaches that truth cannot be confined by mortal boundaries. It must be carried forward generation to generation until the next cycle of rise and fall brings fresh questions and deeper revelations. Now, with the celestial archives entrusted to new seekers, our quest turns back to earth, to a place of exile and enduring mystery, where the marked wanderer carved the first city of the outcasts and named it in sorrow. Up next, we will cross the wastelands of exile and peer into the land of Nod, the exiled city, where every stone may hide a fragment of the memory Enoch so valiantly preserved. A scorching wind blew across the empty plains where the first exile dared to raise his voice. East of Eden, in a land stripped of divine favor and marked by eternal wanderlust, Cain, the world's first outcast, found himself hemmed in by dust and regret. Banned from the fertile valleys of his birth, he was compelled to carve out a destiny among shadows and silence. But rather than fade into oblivion, he defied his curse. He built the first city. From the moment he laid the foundation stones, every rock carried the weight of his sorrow and the spark of his resilience. Cain named it Enoch, after the son he tragically lost to the world's unfolding violence. There, amid low clay walls and shallow wells, he gathered other wanderers, those shunned for deeds real or imagined, refugees of early humanity's fractured grace. Together they fashioned shelters from sun-baked adobe and formed a community bound by a shared pledge to reclaim purpose from punishment. In those precarious days, to build a city was to defy fate itself. Water was scarce, and every drop was fought over like treasure. The exiles dug channels that trickled life into parched soil, planting hardy grains that seemed to whisper hope in the wind. Long evenings were spent around flickering hearths, where stories of Eden's grandeur mingled with dreams of a kinder dawn. Children grew up learning both the shame of their ancestors and the ambition to transcend it. Yet civilization came at a cost. The desert sands, shifting with each dawn, threatened to swallow Enoch whole. Raiders from distant clans tested its defenses, forcing the exiles to raise crude fortifications and train in the use of bent spears. Mistrust crept into the heart of the city. Who among them was truly repentant, and who plotted revenge? As walls rose, so did suspicion. As crops flourished, so did envy. The very bonds that held Enoch together trembled under the weight of human frailty. Amid these struggles, Cain stood at the city's central tower each dawn, gazing toward the horizon. He yearned for forgiveness he could not speak aloud, and for a sign that his lineage might yet be redeemed. The wind carried echoes of celestial voices, reminding him of the divine spark still flickering in his blood. In the hush before sunrise, he prayed for guidance, a plea for mercy so profound it seemed to scorch the sky. Over time, Enoch became more than a refuge. It was a testament to the exile's defiance of oblivion, a monument to human tenacity. Its clay ramparts bore the imprints of countless hands. Its streets echoed with footfalls determined to survive. Merchants arrived from distant tribes, trading copper ornaments and pressed dates. Scholars came bearing scraps of ancient lore, hoping to learn from the city that rose from disgrace. Even pilgrims, drawn by whispers of Cain's undying resolve, made the perilous journey, seeking counsel on endurance and second chances. Yet in the heart of Enoch, the memory of Eden remained both blessing and burden. Each year, on the anniversary of his exile, Cain led his people in a silent march around the city's perimeter. They carried torches whose flames symbolized the fragile hope that Ammon could chart his own course beyond condemnation. On that night, the desert air would hum with candlelight and quiet vows, as though heaven and earth paused to witness their oath. But every city of exile harbors secrets in its foundations. Beneath Enoch's streets lay hidden catacombs, tunnels hewn by his own hand, intended as sanctuaries should the world's scorn descend again. In those dim corridors, rare scrolls survived, treaties between rival clans, clay tablets inscribed with early prophecies, and the faint imprint of words once whispered by angels. Scholars who later discovered these relics would marvel at their blend of human desperation and divine insight, evidence that even the fallen carried seeds of redemption. As decades passed, Enoch transformed from a symbol of shame into a beacon of hope for all who dared to rebuild amid ruin. Its name became a byword for reinvention. Its legacy carried eastward along caravan routes that skirted shifting dunes. And though the city itself eventually succumbed to time and encroaching sands, its story endured, in songs, in scrolls, and in the beating hearts of those who sought a second chance. Now, as we turn from the marked roads of the exiled toward the fertile delta of ancient Iberia, a new mystery emerges, a kingdom whispered of in Phoenician logs and Greek myths, a realm of silver rivers and lost gold. Soon we will stand at the mouth of the Guadalquivir, where once a formidable people flourished in splendor and vanished without a trace. Prepare to journey westward into Tartessos, the mysterious Iberian kingdom, where every relic raises more questions than it answers. Beyond the straits that cradle the Atlantic's restless tides, where sun-scorched plains give way to verdant river valleys, once stood Tartessos, an empire of riches so fabled that even Phoenician merchants spoke of it in hushed awe. Imagine a city carved from golden light, its streets paved with silver dust, where traders bore ingots of gleaming ore and sculptors shaped ivory into the likenesses of gods. Long before Rome's eagles ever darkened Iberia's skies, Tartessos reigned as Europe's first cradle of wealth and mystery, and then vanished without a trace. To understand its allure, we begin at the Guadalquivir's mouth. Satellite surveys and sonar scans have revealed submerged causeways and rectilinear foundations lying just beyond the modern delta, telltale signs of a harbourside metropolis that thrived when sea levels were lower. Coastal marshes, once fertile floodplains, concealed docks where Phoenician triremes unloaded copper, tin, and exotic timbers. Inscriptions on clay tablets, unearthed near Seville, recount visits by envoys bearing gifts to King Argantonio, his name echoing in the annals of Aristotle himself. Yet written records are scarce. We chiefly rely on Greek and Roman historians who describe Tartessos as the land where silver sleeps, and chronicled its rivers running with wealth, not water. Pomponius Mela wrote of a people so affluent they buried their dead in golden sarcophagi. Pliny the Elder marveled at red coral fashioned into drinking cups and amber beads traded from lands whose names have been lost. These accounts shimmer between credibility and exaggeration, but the archaeological fingerprints are real. Workshops laden with smelting slag, quarries where miners chipped at ore-bearing veins, and port remains whose scale implies a population in the tens of thousands. Still, the heart of Tartessos lay inland, at a settlement archaeologists now call Mesas de Asta. There, terraced platforms rose above fig orchards and olive groves, their masonry walls aligned precisely to the sunrise on the summer solstice, a celestial calibration that mirrored techniques seen only in later Mediterranean cities. At the center stood a great hall, its foundations large enough to support pillars carved from local limestone. Here, tribal chieftains and visiting dignitaries broke bread beneath painted friezes depicting winged bulls and river gods, symbols of a culture that blended Iberian traditions with Eastern influences. Trade routes radiated like spokes on a wheel. To the west reached the silver mines of the Rio Tinto hills. To the south, they wound through cork forests toward North Africa. To the north and east, they threaded through mountain passes into the heart of the peninsula. Caravans of laden mules navigated these paths, their bells chiming a melody that echoed across hills and valleys, an audible promise of commerce and connection. In marketplaces, linguists still puzzle over the Tartessian script, a series of angular signs carved into pottery shards and steles. Its origins remain contested. Is it a local tongue, or the echo of Phoenician scribes adapting to Iberian dialects? Amid such prosperity, why did Tartessos fade? Scholars debate a confluence of factors: climatic shifts that turned arable lands into salt flats, overexploitation of silver veins, and the rise of rival powers in the Western Mediterranean. Some point to seismic upheavals, earthquakes that battered coastal defenses, followed by tsunamis that inundated ports. Others argue for social unrest triggered by widening gaps between the merchant elite and agrarian laborers. What seems certain is that by the 1st century BCE, references to Tartessos in classical texts had grown faint, and within a few generations, its name survived only in legend. Yet the spirit of Tartessos endures beneath centuries of sediment. Every excavation season yields new marvels: gold-inlaid jewelry buried in ritual graves, amphorae stamped with emblems that match carvings on distant relics, and fragments of mosaics hinting at artistic sophistication well beyond contemporary neighbour cultures. Maritime archaeologists diving the shallow reefs off Huelva have documented stone breakwaters textured with wedge-shaped blocks, engineering solutions to the Atlantic's unpredictable swells. In local folklore, elders still whisper of the sunken palaces, where fairies guard jeweled mirrors and saltwater seeps into ornate windows. Children are warned not to stray too far from riverbanks at dusk, for there the spirits of Tartessian merchants may beckon with lanterns crafted from glass, as clear and bright as tears. Whether myth or memory, these tales attest to a collective longing for a lost golden age, a yearning reflected even in medieval chronicles that describe Andalusian gardens planted atop ancient ruins, their blossoms unconsciously reenacting the splendor of their predecessors. As we peer across the centuries, one cannot help but ask, what lessons lie hidden in the rise and fall of that Iberian kingdom? How did a civilization so intertwined with sea and soil achieve heights we still struggle to fathom, and why did the tide of history wash it away so completely? The answers may yet lie in unexcavated tombs or deciphered glyphs, waiting for that next breakthrough. But our journey now turns southward, away from the Guadalquivir's silver path to another sacred shore, where Egyptian priests once spoke of a distant land of incense and ebony, a realm they called Punt. In the next chapter, we will navigate the Red Sea's gleaming corridors and seek the truth behind Punt, Egypt's sacred land, where the gods themselves are said to have walked. From the moment the cedarwood vessels set sail down the Red Sea's cobalt corridor, Egypt's priests knew they were embarking on more than a trading mission. They were voyaging into legend. Punt, the land of incense and ebony, lay somewhere beyond the horizon of cartographers' maps, a realm so imbued with sacred bounty that its very name meant the land of the god. Each pharaoh, until the end of the New Kingdom, dispatched fleets to its shores, returning laden with treasures that became the heart of temple rites, frankincense that smouldered like liquid gold, myrrh that perfumed the air with the essence of eternity, and baboons whose watchful eyes guarded the thresholds of tombs. Archaeological clues now glimmer like buried stars. Reliefs at Dar el-Bahari immortalize Queen Hatshepsut's expedition. At the temple's base, artisans carved amphora-laden ships cutting through stylized waves, followed by depictions of Puntite dwellings perched on stilts above clear lagoons. These images resonate with recent underwater surveys along the Eritrean coast, where sonar has traced stone cairns and linear walls submerged beneath centuries of silt. Ceramic shards, imported Egyptian pottery, mingled with local clays, offer chemical fingerprints that match the legendary frankincense groves of modern-day Somaliland. Yet Punt was more than a source of exotic goods. It was a crucible of cultural exchange. The Egyptians recorded encounters with Queen Ati, described as tall and imposing, draped in textiles finer than linen, her crown framed by ostrich plume fans. Historians debate whether she was a monarch or a high priestess, but her portrait endures, a symbol of Punt's sovereign mystery. Envoys brought back not only rare commodities, but also unfamiliar customs. Ritual dances beneath ebony canopies, hymns sung to a pantheon of local deities whose names still echo in fragmentary papyri. The land's geography itself was sacred. Caravan routes threaded through acacia forests and sand-ridge plateaus, following seasonal torrents that nourished hidden oases. Along these paths, merchants unrolled hides dyed with ochre and traded ostrich feathers for copper tools. Petroglyphs etched into granite boulders depict long-necked giraffes drinking at ephemeral pools and herds of peacocks flicking jewel-bright tails. Scholars now believe these engravings mark ritual sites where Puntites offered the first fruits of harvest to river spirits, a practice the Egyptians later adopted in their own Nile festivals. But why did Punt remain elusive? No city ruins of stone stand proud like those of Karnak or Thebes. Some argue its settlements were built from perishable materials, wood, reeds, thatch, designed to blend seamlessly with the landscape. Others point to tectonic shifts that swallowed coastal plains, consigning once flat shores to the depths. A third theory suggests Punt operated as a network of enclaves rather than a single capital, its influence carried by mobile kinship groups whose identities were fluid, defined by clan totems rather than fixed boundaries. Despite the mystery, the impact of Punt on Egypt's spiritual life cannot be overstated. In the festival of Opet, priests kindled incense sourced from distant Punt, believing its smoke bridged human and divine. Tomb paintings depict the god Osiris receiving Puntite tribute, symbolizing the renewal of Ma'at, cosmic order, each year. Linguists searching hieratic texts have identified loanwords that likely originated in the Puntite tongue, hints of a language once woven into the fabric of Nile civilization. Underneath modern sands, chance discoveries continue to illuminate ancient ties. In 2003, divers off the Dahlak archipelago uncovered basalt stele fragments carved with Puntite iconography, stylized ibex horns and crescent moons, symbols linked to lunar worship. Fragments of an amphitheater-like structure submerged off Eritrea's Dahlak Kebir bear alignment to solstice sunrises, a ritual architecture that echoes temples on the Nile. Each find is a puzzle piece, suggesting Punt was both an ally and an inspiration, a living testament to the Egyptians' belief that paradise existed not only beyond death, but across the waves. What then became of Punt's own legacy? Oral traditions among coastal tribes recall ancestors who journeyed by dugout canoe to markets on islands now lost beneath the sea. In coral-encrusted caves, tribal elders still recite songs of a golden land, where pharaohs' ships once landed and departed under a sky painted with unfamiliar stars. Whether these are echoes of a vanished kingdom or pure myth, they underscore a timeless truth. Punt occupied a space between history and imagination. As the Red Sea's tides rise and fall, so too does our understanding of this sacred land. Future excavations may unearth the first true city of Punt, or reveal scripts that decode the lips that spoke its name. Until then, we carry forward the incense-scented memory of voyages that shaped an empire's soul. And now, having traced the currents from Libya's shores back to Egypt's desert temples, our path leads inland, where a civilization older than the pharaohs engraved its legacy in stone. Next, we turn to Assyrian, Egypt's pre-dynastic civilization, to uncover the shadowed builders who laid the foundations beneath the sands of history. Long before the first hieroglyph was etched onto papyrus, and centuries before the towering pyramids rose from the sands, there stood in Abydos a structure so enigmatic it defies every rule of ancient construction. Built from colossal granite slabs each weighing tens of tons, the Assyrians' submerged corridors and water-filled chambers whisper of a civilization that predates Egypt's earliest dynasties. This was not a tomb, but a monument to Osiris himself, the god-king whose legacy became the cornerstone of Egyptian identity. Arriving by boat, one follows the ancient causeway that once connected the temple of Seti Datun to the Osirians' hidden key. A single beam of morning light, filtered through stone lintels, illuminates a granite basin carved to mirror the primeval waters from which life first emerged. Here, priests may have reenacted the resurrection myth, Osiris slain, his body reclaimed from the Nile's depths and reborn to rule the underworld. The reflection in that still pool was more than theatrical. It was a cosmic symbol, affirming the king's promise of renewal. Underwater explorations reveal a series of parallel galleries, their walls jointed with precision, so fine no metal blade could pass between them. Sound carries in mysterious ways. A whispered incantation echoes tenfold as if the very rock is alive with memory. Archaeologists postulate that the Osirian was originally dry, its channels hydraulically sealed, becoming submerged only after the shifting course of the Nile. But local lore insists it was always a temple of the subterranean waters, harnessing artesian springs that bubbled with mineral-rich currents. The granite blocks themselves pose a riddle. Quarried from Aswan nearly 500 miles south, they were transported upriver on barges guided by stellar navigation. Each stone's surfaces bear faint tool marks that modern engineers cannot fully explain. The cuts are too straight, the edges too true. Some suggest the Osirian's builders possessed geometry and lifting techniques lost to time. Others whisper of divine blueprints handed down by Osiris's first priests. Within the inner sanctum lies a massive central dais carved from a single monolithic slab. It is flanked by symmetrically recessed alcoves, each aligned precisely to the rising of Sirius on the summer solstice, a celestial event that heralded the Nile's inundation. This alignment suggests the Osirian was not merely sacred architecture, but an astronomical instrument marking the rhythm of the great river and, by extension, the heartbeat of Egyptian civilization. Yet the Osirian's greatest secret may be hidden in its water. Analysis of sediment cores indicates that its waters were once clear enough to reflect the temple's vaulted ceilings in perfect symmetry. Rituals performed here would have evoked a realm between earth and sky, a liminal space where priests communed with ancestors and gods. Votive offerings, fragments of faience, copper grippers, and even small statues have been dredged from the floor, hinting at ceremonies meant to secure fertility, longevity, and safe passage to the afterlife. As dynastic power consolidated, the Osirian receded from official memory. New temples rose, pharaohs sought to inscribe their names in stones across Upper and Lower Egypt. And yet, the old shrine endured beneath rising groundwater, perhaps intentionally flooded to preserve its sanctity, perhaps abandoned as the worship of Osiris shifted to other shrines. For millennia, its halls lay silent, known only to local keepers and whispered about in Coptic manuscripts until rediscovered by 19th century explorers. Today, divers entering its flooded chambers describe an uncanny stillness. Electric torches reveal carved reliefs now worn smooth by time, scenes of Osiris enthroned, his green face a testament to the fecundity he bestowed upon the living. The water's refracted light plays over those ancient images, giving them an uncanny vitality. Many who have ventured below speak of a profound sense of continuity, as if the boundary between past and present dissolves in that quiet, aqueous vault. What drove Osirian's architects to sink such a grand edifice into the earth's embrace? Was it a grand experiment in hydrological power, a ritual necessity, or the vestige of a pre-dynastic religion so powerful it demanded concealment from later, more politically driven cults? Each hypothesis brings us closer to an understanding, and yet deeper questions remain. As we emerge from the Osirian's reflective pools and step back onto the sunlit causeway, we carry with us not only fragments of granite and waterlogged relics, but a profound awareness that Egypt's pre-dynastic past is not merely a prologue to pharaonic glory, but a parallel thread of innovation and spirituality. And now, our journey turns to the heights of Dendera, where a different kind of illumination awaits. The Dendera light and ancient technology. Beneath the vaulted ceilings of the Hathor temple, where incense once curled like living spirits, there lies a stone tableau that defies every expectation of ancient craftsmanship. Instead of the usual parade of gods and pharaohs, we find reliefs of coiled serpents cradling bulbous shapes, each poised atop what appears to be a stand, complete with cable-like lines trailing behind. Could these carvings be more than mythic decoration? Could they depict a form of electrical lighting, a power source lost to the sands of time? Our journey begins in the 1st century BCE, when Roman architect Vitruvius penned his treatise, praising Egyptian ingenuity, yet remaining oblivious to Dendera's hidden secret. More than 2 millennia later, European explorers stumbled upon the Hathor shrine, marveling at its intact columns and vibrant pigments. But it wasn't until the 19th century that a German engineer, fascinated by the relief of a giant lamp, its filament-like snake suspended within an egg-shaped globe, proposed a radical thesis. The Egyptians had mastered AC power long before Edison's era. Examine the relief closely. The bulb measures nearly 2 meters end to end. Its glass-like body hovers within a protective arch, held by a pillar etched with what some interpret as coiled wiring. On one side sits a crocodile head, on the other the carved likeness of a priest holding a rod that might resemble a transformer. True, mainstream Egyptologists attribute these motifs to stylized lotus flowers and serpent iconography, symbols of creation and rebirth. Yet the uncanny resemblance to modern lamp assemblies begs the question, was it purely symbolic, an allegory for divine illumination, or a literal record of a power system? Below these reliefs, stone conduits slope into the temple's subterranean chambers. Early surveyors noted channels cut into the walls, too uniform to be water drains, yet too shallow for standard utility conduits. Could these have housed copper piping for electrode cooling? Nearby, carved niches align with underground cisterns, structures that in theory could have functioned as capacitors, using mineral-laden water to store a primitive form of energy. Modern experiments reveal that granite can oscillate piezoelectrically under pressure. Could the temple's very masonry have been part of a colossal resonant circuit? Across the courtyard stands a towering column, its shaft carved with repeated jed motifs, symbols of stability and cosmic order. Electrical engineers note that the djed resembles the schematic symbol for a capacitor bank or transformer core. If the priests understood the concept of dielectric materials, they may have exploited the insulating properties of certain stones. Rituals accompanying the relief, chants invoking the light of Hathor, could have doubled as ceremonial activation of these devices, channeling energy to illuminate the inner sanctum, where only the high priest might tread. Skeptics argue that no hardware remnants, no metal fragments, no corroded wires have been found. Yet Egypt's humid subterranean climate would rapidly corrode copper and bronze, leaving little trace after centuries. Furthermore, lens-shaped quartz crystals discovered in nearby workshops possess piezoelectric properties. When pressed or heated, they generate small electrical charges, a phenomenon documented only in the 19th century. Did ancient artisans grind these crystals into rudimentary rectifiers, capturing energy from thermal gradients within the temple lamps? Beyond the temple walls lie scattered fragments of small, hollow vessels coated in vitrified glass, an unexpected material requiring sustained high temperatures to form. Could these glazed shards be melted enclosures for lighting filaments, akin to early light bulbs? Or were they simply ritual urns for sacred oils? The line between utility and ritual is blurred. The Egyptians revered technology as divine gift, so every innovation became entwined with religious symbolism. Whatever the truth, The Dendera reliefs speak to a culture unafraid to merge art with science. If the temple did indeed house functioning lamps, they would have transformed the nocturnal worship experience, an ambient glow revealing hieroglyphs in stark relief, guiding processions through darkened corridors. Such lighting would have required a central power source, distribution network, and skilled technicians, an infrastructure comparable to modern electrical grids. Today, as we restore the Hathor sanctuary and study its remaining pigments under UV light, new discoveries emerge. Traces of organic compounds, possibly residues of insulating resins, adhere to carved surfaces. Ground-penetrating radar hints at buried chambers yet to be excavated. Each revelation deepens the mystery. Were these carvings blueprints for lost technology, or purely poetic allegories of spiritual illumination? As the Red Planet's rovers transmit images of human-made lights on Martian nights, we remind ourselves Earth's first wired temple may already lie beneath our gaze. The Dendera light, whether real or symbolic, beckons us to reconsider the boundaries of ancient ingenuity. Now, having shed light on Egypt's most electrifying enigma, our voyage turns eastward to India's sunken port, where legend entwines with archaeology. Next, we will dive beneath the Arabian Sea to explore sunken Dwarka, Krishna's port, where the ocean floor holds the keys to an empire once ruled by a divine strategist. Beneath the dance of sunlight through the Arabian Sea's turquoise shallows, stone sentinels lie half-buried in drifting sands, a silent testament to a city that once thrummed with divine purpose. Nearly 2 millennia ago, poets sang of Dwarka's golden spires and bustling harbors, where Krishna ruled as both king and cosmic strategist. Today, marine archaeologists have awakened that legend, tracing submerged streets and pierced foundations that hint at a metropolis swallowed by the tides of time. Our story begins with scattered fishermen's nets snagging upon unexpected rubble, as if the sea itself was reluctant to release its secret. In 2001, the National Institute of Ocean Technology's sonar surveys revealed a network of rectilinear formations off Gujarat's coast, linear walls and platformed blocks lying 40 feet below the surface. At each sonar ping, astonishment rippled through the scientific community. Here were the remains of harbor jetties, wharf-like structures that could accommodate vessels large enough to host a royal entourage. Diving expeditions soon followed. Divers descended into crystalline depths and discovered granite pillars aligned in neat rows, their tops carved with lotus medallions and fish-scale motifs. Some columns stood intact, others lay toppled, encrusted with oyster colonies and coral fans. Among these ruins lay remnants of burnt bricks and roof tile fragments, pointing to brick-built structures once rising above ground. What city could these be, unless, as ancient texts suggest, this was the port of Krishna himself? Legends in the Mahabharata describe Dwarka as a marvel of urban planning, concentric walls girdling the city, each ring separated by waterways, and gates that opened to a labyrinth of canals. Texts recount glowing lamps lighting the streets at dusk and ivory elephants patrolling the marble avenues. Skeptics dismiss these accounts as poetic hyperbole, but the submerged grids correspond eerily to the concentric ring layout described in scripture. Could myth and sonar data be converging on the same blueprint? Artifacts recovered from the seabed deepen the mystery. Excavators dredged up stone anchors, some weighing over 100 kilograms, their grooves carved to secure maritime ropes. Copper nails corroded to verdigris hint at wooden superstructures once rising on stilts above the tidal flats. Even more puzzling is the discovery of a handful of pottery shards bearing incised geometric patterns, unlike any known on neighbouring coasts, perhaps the distinctive signature of Dwarkan kilns. Beyond material remains, oral traditions survive along the coast. In coastal villages, elders speak of sudden inundations that forced their ancestors inland, just as Krishna foresaw and evacuated his people before an apocalyptic flood. Their folk songs recount the lament of departing boats, of children waving goodbye to jeweled pavilions, of a city left empty and laid to rest beneath the waves. These memories, passed from generation to generation, sustain a living link to an otherwise vanished world. Geological studies offer clues to Dwarka's demise. Sediment cores indicate a massive tsunami event around 1500 BCE, likely triggered by an offshore earthquake. Such a cataclysm could have breached sea walls, flooded low-lying districts, and accelerated coastal erosion, transforming a thriving port into a submerged ruin within hours. Over centuries, shifting currents and sedimentation would bury most evidence, leaving only the sturdiest stonework for us to rediscover. Yet the full scope of Dwarka's grandeur remains tantalizingly out of reach. No inscriptions have emerged to confirm its ancient name, and no intact statuary of Krishna's personal seal has been found. What we do have are tantalizing glimpses: an intricately carved stone gateway discovered off Beit Dwarka, standing like a silent door to another realm, or the echo of bronze bell fragments that once hung in temple courtyards, now quietly corroding in the hush of sunken sanctuaries. As divers map the grid of submerged roads and archaeologists piece together the urban mosaic, one question persists. Did Dwarka serve merely as a royal residence, or was it the nerve centre of a maritime confederation that stretched across the Indus and Persian Gulf? Trade links with Dilmun, Bahrain, and Magan, Oman, are documented in Sumerian texts. Could Krishna's Dwarka have been the western anchor of that Bronze Age network? Each new find nudges us closer to an answer, yet also reveals how much has been lost to the deep. Emerging from the water's embrace, researchers carry catalogues of artifacts and digital renderings back to labs, where 3D reconstructions animate the submerged city in pixelated reunion. As the virtual sun sets on those drowned streets, investigators plan their next dives, eager to find potteries still unbroken and columns still standing, a chance to hear once more the pulse of a civilization drowned but not forgotten. Now, having charted the ruins of Krishna's fabled port, we turn from the physical remains to the realm of ideas, where philosophy and theology entwine in Dwarka's legacy. Our next chapter will delve into Dwarka II philosophical insights, exploring how the city's design and doctrines shaped spiritual thought across the subcontinent. As the sun's first rays danced across the rippling waters of Dwarka's ancient harbour, they illuminated more than carved stones and collapsed walls. They fell upon the blueprint of a city conceived as philosophy made manifest, where every avenue, canal, and temple told a story of cosmic order. To grasp Dwarka's deeper legacy, we must move beyond sonar maps and submerged ruins and step into the realm where urban design intertwines with the eternal dance of Dharma and destiny. At the heart of Krishna's port lay the Mandala Circle, a vast plaza carved in concentric rings that echoed the Indian mandala's symbolism of the universe. Imagine pathways radiating like channels of cosmic energy, guiding pilgrims from outer gates toward the central sanctum where Krishna's temple once glowed with sacred fires. This wasn't merely aesthetic, it was a three-dimensional yantra, a city-sized talisman designed to align citizen and visitor alike with the rhythms of creation. Take, for instance, the alignment of Dwarka's principal avenue. Underwater surveys confirm it oriented precisely to the summer solstice sunrise, an echo of how Vedic sages tracked the sun's journey to calibrate rituals and planting seasons. Walking this axis at dawn would have felt like moving along the spine of time itself, each step a reminder that human life participates in a larger cosmic cycle of birth, decay, and renewal. The city's temple precincts further embodied philosophical dualities. On one side rose the Temple of Rukmini, adorned with reliefs depicting the union of masculine and feminine energies, Purusha and Prakriti. Opposite it stood the shrine of Subhadra, symbolizing detachment and inward focus, a place for meditation rather than ceremony. Their spatial relationship formed a yin-yang of worldly engagement and inner reflection, encouraging Dwarkans to balance action with contemplation. Embedded in the very stones of Dwarka are clues to its moral architecture. A series of inscribed pillars found in the sunken marketplace bear brief aphorisms in Sanskrit. Act without attachment, serve with humility, see the divine in all. These maxims were not mere decorations, they guided commerce and community. Traders were expected to weigh goods honestly, artisans to craft with integrity, and leaders to govern without ego. In effect, civic life became a living extension of Krishna's teachings in the Bhagavad Gita, where righteousness, dharma, is action aligned with universal harmony. Circular water tanks discovered at the mouths of once grand canals likely served dual purposes: flood control and sacred ritual immersion. Bathing in these pools was more than hygiene, it was a symbolic cleansing of past karma, preparing participants for fresh beginnings. Legend holds that pilgrims would chant mantras as they waded through the gently flowing water, invoking blessings for prosperity and peace. The echoing effect, voices reverberating against submerged stone, must have created an otherworldly chorus, blurring the boundary between prayer and ambient soundtrack. Even the city's defenses reflected philosophical insight. The concentric fortifications, once rising above the high tide, were interspersed with goddess gates, each named for a quality Krishna extolled: Compassion Gate, Detachment Gate, Insight Gate. As merchants and pilgrims passed through these thresholds, they were reminded that protection extends beyond walls of brick. True security resides in virtues that no siege can breach. Yet Dwarka's most profound teaching may lie in its submerged archives. Beneath layers of silt, divers have uncovered clay tablets inscribed not with commercial transactions, but with excerpts from philosophical dialogues, questions posed by early sages, and answers attributed to Krishna's inner circle. One fragment reads, "What is the nature of the self?" Another declares, "Freedom springs from knowledge unbound." If authenticated, these texts suggest the city functioned as an academy of living philosophy, where governance, art, and education merged seamlessly. In tracing these insights, we see Dwarka not as a static relic, but as a living laboratory for the soul. Its planners anticipated the modern concept of smart cities, integrating environmental harmony, moral guidance, and public welfare. The port was not merely a waypoint for goods, it was a crucible where individual aspiration met collective destiny, forging a society in which daily life served as both ritual and revelation. The very idea that a city could be built around philosophical principles challenges our assumptions about urban development. We tend to separate the cerebral from the spatial, the sacred from the civic. But in Dwarka's golden age, Krishna's vision united them. Every street became a sutra, every canal a metaphor for life's currents, every temple a teacher in stone. As we conclude our exploration of these submerged lanes and whispered doctrines, we emerge not onto a beach, but into a broader panorama of ancient urban genius. One city that reached across oceans, another, nestled on a far-flung coast, awaits our discovery. In the next chapter, we journey to the sands of Peru, where Corral Soup, New World's ancient city, rises as the Americas' first testament to human ingenuity, a civilization that, like Dwarka, blended commerce, community, and cosmic contemplation into a masterpiece of design. In the wind-swept valleys north of Lima, where the Pacific's cool mists clothe barren hills, an astonishing secret lies buried beneath centuries of dust. Corral Soup, the America's first metropolis, emerged nearly 5,000 years ago. Long before the Incas etched their legacy into Andean heights, Corral's architects shaped stepped pyramids and sunken plazas with a precision that rivals any old-world civilization, yet they did so without metal tools or written script. Archaeological surveys reveal a cityscape spanning nearly 150 acres, anchored by 6 monumental pyramids built from alternating layers of earth and ash. At dawn, the sun casts long shadows across the Great Pyramid, a terraced structure rising 90 feet above the plain. Its tiers are so evenly stacked that modern engineers marvel. How did a society without iron chisels achieve such uniformity? Beneath it, excavators uncovered a sunken amphitheatre, a circular courtyard edged by stone benches designed for communal gatherings, perhaps the birthplace of Corral's legendary musical traditions. Walk among the ruins, and you'll feel an uncanny resonance. In 2001, sound engineers discovered that specific chambers amplify human voices with remarkable clarity. A whispered melody on the amphitheatre's central platform carries to every spectator's ear, suggesting Corral's builders understood acoustic design as well as they understood stonework. Some believe these spaces hosted ritualized performances, where music and oratory united to reinforce social bonds and cosmic order. Yet Corral Soup was far more than an architectural marvel. It was an economic powerhouse. The city's planners constructed an ingenious irrigation network, channeling seasonal river flows into terraced fields that supported cotton, squash, and guava orchards. Cotton fibers poise prominently among the artifacts, evidence that Corral's artisans wove textiles traded along caravan trails that stretched to the Andes foot. Those threads and the quipu-like cords found in ceremonial contexts hint at an early system of record-keeping, challenging the notion that Mesopotamia alone birthed proto-writing. Perhaps the most breathtaking find is Corral's sea-to-summit axis, a 12-mile roadway linking the city to coastal fishing villages. Mariners hauled camouflaged reed boats along this causeway, bringing dried anchovies and shells to inland markets. In exchange, Corral's craftsmen offered finely made flutes carved from condor bones, some of which, when played today, still produce haunting echoes that drift across the dunes, as though the ancients' voices linger on the wind. How did Corral's people coordinate labor on such a grand scale without centralized monarchs? Excavations have revealed residential compounds of uniform size, suggesting a cooperative social model rather than a rigid hierarchy. Communal plazas served as assembly halls where elders and specialists, engineers, musicians, agricultural stewards, guided collective decisions. This egalitarian ethos, encoded in the city's very layout, allowed Corral to flourish for centuries before its ceremonial core was deliberately buried under layers of ash and sand. Radiocarbon dating places Corral's zenith between 3000 and 1800 BCE, overlapping the earliest dynastic periods of Egypt. Yet unlike the pyramids of Giza or the ziggurats of Sumer, Corral's mounds were never monuments to individual rulers. They stood as collective achievements, each stone and layer of earth a testament to a society that valued collaboration over conquest. In their silence, the pyramids whisper a lesson. True greatness often arises from what a people build together, rather than what a single king commands. Local Quechua legend speaks of the City of Tides, where ancestors communed with sea spirits and mountain deities. Petroglyphs near the site depict spirals and concentric circles, symbols resonant with corrals, plazas, and pyramids, as if the landscape itself was a living map of cosmic energy. Ritual offerings of llama figurines and vibrant textiles have been found in sunken chambers beneath the main plaza, suggesting ceremonies aimed at harmonizing earth, water, and sky. As the sun dips below the Pacific horizon, archaeologists still work by floodlights, brushing away millennia of shifting sands. Each new stratum they uncover adds nuance to Corral's story, yet also deepens the mystery. Why, at its height, did the city's residents choose to entomb their sacred precincts beneath deliberate backfill? Was it an act of renewal, a symbolic closing of a cycle, or a response to environmental change? The enigma endures, but the more we learn, the more we appreciate Corral's pioneering spirit. Now, having traced the outline of the New World's inaugural city, we prepare to delve deeper into its acoustic wonders and ritual spaces. In the next chapter, Corral 2, Ruins and Resonance, we will explore the subterranean chambers and amphitheaters that still hum with the echoes of early civilization, revealing how sound and space shaped humanity's first urban heart. A hush falls over Corral's ancient sunken plaza as the archaeologist crouches by a circular platform, palm pressed against cool stone. In that simple gesture, centuries of silence are broken. An echo ripples through the amphitheater, low and shimmering, as though the earth itself remembers the voices of the past. Welcome to Corral's hidden dimension. A city designed as much for sound as for sight, where every step, every whisper becomes part of a centuries-old conversation between stone and spirit. Long dismissed as rudimentary compared to Bronze Age counterparts, Corral Soup reveals a sophistication that transcends mere brickwork. In 2001, a team of acoustic engineers measured the sonic signature of the sunken amphitheater and discovered frequency bands perfectly tuned to the human vocal range. A chant uttered at the plaza's center carries unamplified across the tiers, transforming a performer's voice into a communal heartbeat. This was no accident. The tiers were carved in precise proportions, each riser's height and depth calibrated to shape sound waves, harnessing resonance to bond community in ritual and celebration. But the amphitheater is only the beginning. Below the Great Pyramid lies a network of cylindrical shafts, their depths still uncertain. Early divers lowered hydrophones and recorded ghostly throbs as water currents flowed around these shafts, an underwater chorus that may have accompanied sacred ceremonies. Some scholars theorize that the shafts channeled wind and water to generate controlled vibrations, perhaps simulating the rumble of distant earthquakes or the pulse of the Earth's mantle, a symbolic enactment of creation myths that linked human society to natural forces. High above these hidden chambers, the Sun Plaza presents a different kind of resonance. Here, square platforms echo with drumming. Researchers found that a single strike of a wooden mallet on the central stone produces overtones lasting several seconds, creating an immersive soundscape. In antiquity, priests and priestesses may have used this effect, combining drumming and chanting to induce trance states, collectively attuning participants to Corral's cosmological rhythms. In the echoes, they heard the city's soul. Beyond ritual, sound shaped Corral's civic life. The city's main causeway, the sea road linking coastal villages, was flanked by low walls that funneled trade caravans and amplified spoken announcements. Traders calling out prices would have sounded louder, their voices projected across fields of grain and cotton. In this way, Corral's planners wove functionality into form, ensuring that commerce and communication flowed as seamlessly as the irrigated canals. Yet the most intriguing acoustic feature lies within the Temple of the Moon, a stepped pyramid whose interior chamber is carved into a perfect cube. Standing in its center, a whispered vow on the lips of one person is detectable at every corner, despite the chamber's 12-meter width. How did Corral's masons achieve such exacting dimensions without metal measuring tools? The answer may lie in their oral traditions, a precise system of string length measures and rhythmic construction charts passed down through generations, aligning human breath with building blocks to create a living, audible blueprint. Carol's resonance extends beyond a sound to symbolic frequency. Petroglyphs near the site depict spirals and concentric circles, motifs mirrored in the city's urban grid, and acoustic layouts. These shapes were believed to represent cycles of time, agricultural seasons, lunar phases, the birth-death-rebirth cycle. By embedding their cosmology into both architecture and acoustics, Corral's founders ensured that the very act of inhabiting their city was an exercise in cosmic harmony. As the sun sets and researchers pack away their microphones, the city's stones retain a faint hum, an invitation to future explorers. Every chamber, every wall carries the imprint of Corral's ingenuity, reminding us that ancient cities were not static ruins, but dynamic soundscapes where technology and ritual interlaced. Emerging from Corral's echoing core, our next destination lies thousands of miles away, but bound by similar ambition. A metropolis soared above the Valley of Mexico, its pyramids aligned with the stars, its plazas echoing with ceremony. Soon we will ascend the Avenue of the Dead to stand before the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan, where the gods were born, and the skyline was shaped by hands attuned to both earth and sky. In our next chapter, Teotihuacan, where the gods were born, we follow the resonant thread of ancient ingenuity from coastal Peru to Mesoamerica's Sacred Heart. Before the first light paints the Valley of Mexico in copper hues, Teotihuacan's massive silhouette looms against the eastern horizon, an ancient metropolis conceived on a scale that still staggers the imagination. Vast, sun-baked avenues stretch like arteries from the Pyramid of the Moon to the Pyramid of the Sun, each step echoing with the footfalls of a civilization that vanished long before the Aztecs arrived to worship its ruins as the cradle of gods. Teotihuacan's founders remain nameless, no king's tomb, no royal lineage inscribed for posterity, but their vision endures in towering talud tablero walls, their sloping bases and flat panels rising in rhythmic succession. This architectural language, perfected here, was later borrowed by cultures across Mesoamerica, a silent testament to Teotihuacan's gravity as a fountainhead of urban innovation. Walk the central Avenue of the Dead, and you feel the city's pulse. At over 2 miles long and 100 feet wide, this broad causeway once thrummed with processions, merchants, and pilgrims. At its heart, the Pyramid of the Sun stands as Teotihuacan's monumental focus. Rising 220 feet, it is one of the largest structures on Earth, its platforms carved from millions of volcanic stones. Excavations within reveal a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers, suggesting subterranean rituals dedicated to birth, death, and renewal, linking the city's surface to a world below. Across the plaza, the Pyramid of the Moon mirrors the mountain it faces, Cerro Gordo, its summit offering a framed panorama of the valley. Recent LiDAR scans have uncovered that its base sites upon earlier sacred structures, each layer built deliberately atop the last, like chapters in a cosmic book. Some chambers beneath have yielded offerings of jaguar claws, obsidian blades, and ceramic vessels painted in vibrant blues and reds, testifying to the city's wealth and its artisans' command of both material and metaphor. Beyond these pyramids, Teotihuacan's talud neighborhoods reveal a meticulously planned grid. Residential compounds cluster around plazas, each with communal ovens, workshops and shrines to household deities. Murals adorning these spaces depict feathered serpents, winged deities and stylized plants, iconography that blends naturalism and abstraction, reflecting a worldview where humans, animals and gods were threads in a single tapestry. What drove this city's growth? Agricultural innovation certainly played a part. Fields irrigated by the nearby San Juan River supported maize, beans and squash, feeding an estimated 125,000 inhabitants at the city's zenith around 450 CE. But Teotihuacan's true power lay in its economic and ideological magnetism. Obsidian quarries in the highlands supplied blades traded across vast distances. Fine ceramics and mirror-polished greenstones served as both utilitarian objects and status symbols. Pilgrims arrived bearing tributes and left carrying teachings, encoded in murals, in the placement of plazas, and in whispered myths of the city's divine origin. Divination and astronomy were woven into Teotihuacan's blueprint. The city's main axis is offset by 15.5 degrees east of true north, aligning with the setting of the Pleiades in 100 CE. This suggests the architects synchronized construction with celestial cycles, embedding cosmic resonance at the urban scale. In temple courts, priests may have timed ceremonies to solstice and equinox suns, their chants carried by the valley breezes across the grid, uniting populace and pantheon. Yet the city's decline was as dramatic as its rise. Signs of widespread burning in elite compounds coupled with cessation of mural production signal social upheaval around 600 CE. Scholars debate the causes: resource depletion, internal rebellion, climatic shifts or external incursions. What remains uncontested is the poignancy of Teotihuacan's empty plazas today, its silent stairways serving as staircases to memory, urging us to listen for lessons etched in stone. Investigations continue to peel back layers of silt and ash. The latest remote sensing technologies have mapped previously hidden sectors, industrial districts where workshops produced pigment and polished stones for thousands of ritual objects. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed concentric rings of smaller pyramids surrounding major temples, ritual landscapes reflecting fractal geometry and reinforcing the city's sacred order. As we stand beside the Avenue of the Dead at dusk, the city's once thundering heart now lies quiet beneath our feet. Yet its influence reverberates in every Mesoamerican city built thereafter, from Cholula's vast pyramid to Tikal's towering temples. Teotihuacan taught humanity to shape earth and sky, to bind social life with celestial rhythm, and to inscribe spiritual truths in bricks and plazas. Our exploration of Teotihuacan's monumental legacy is only beginning. Ahead lies another dimension of its genius, the underlying lattice that organized every temple, every street, and every sacrifice. In the next chapter, Teotihuacan, the sacred grid, we will decipher how cosmic geometry governed the city's design, transforming raw landscape into a living schema of the universe itself. At first glance, Teotihuacan's sprawling urban expanse appears a simple checkerboard carved into the valley floor. Yet beneath its orderly streets lies a resonance of cosmic intention, an intricate lattice aligned with celestial cycles and earthly rhythms. To understand why the ancients called this place the City of the Gods, we must read its grid as a living manuscript, where each axis and coordinate reveals part of a divine blueprint. The heart of the city is the Avenida de los Muertos, a longitudinal spine stretching over 2 miles. Unique among ancient metropoles, its orientation deviates 15.5 degrees of true north, an exacting angle that aligns the western end with the sunset point of the Pleiades in the 3rd century CE. For the Teotihuacanos, the Pleiades symbolized regeneration and agricultural renewal. By embedding this alignment into their city's main thoroughfare, they ensured that every festival procession, every trader's caravan, moved in step with the turning heavens. Crossing the avenue at precise intervals are the Calzada de los Muertos cross-axes, avenues perpendicular to the main road. These cross-axes create 9 distinct sectors, each hosting a constellation of compounds, workshops and sanctuaries. Sector 5, for example, reveals clusters of fine stone obsidian workshops, their doorways all facing the rising sun on equinox day. This orientation may have signified that every tool fashioned there was imbued with solar vitality, linking the material craft to cosmic power. Within these sectors lie patio compounds, rectangular courtyards surrounded by residential suites, each meticulously measured. Excavations show that living spaces adhered to a modular unit, roughly 1.9 meters square, reflecting a standardized planning module, perhaps derived from human pacing or a sacred measure passed down by priest engineers. This uniformity fostered social cohesion. Families lived in threshold-aligned dwellings, their daily movements echoing the city's overarching geometry. Interspersed among these residential grids are carefully sited pyramid temples. The Pyramid of the Sun dominates the southern sector, its base precisely bisected by a lateral avenue that aligns with the summer solstice sunrise. In the north, the smaller Pyramid of the Moon presides over Sector 4, facing the city's main axis. This mirror symmetry, north to south, east to west, suggests a metaphysical duality embedded in stone, the interplay of creation and reflection, life and death, as mirrored by lunar and solar deities. But the grid's sacred logic extends beyond monumental axes. Smaller ritual platforms known as tekinankalis punctuate peripheral blocks at regular 300-meter intervals, creating a lattice of sacred nodes. Researchers using GIS mapping have identified over 40 such platforms, each aligned to local mountain peaks or solar phenomena. By walking this network of nodes, inhabitants effectively enacted a pilgrimage through the city itself, engaging their bodies in a choreography of spiritual renewal. Acoustic design also followed grid rules. In the temple of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent pyramid, the talud tablero tiers create resonant chambers that amplify percussion. A single drum beat on the platform generates overtones that reverberate throughout the temple's base. Controlled corridors beneath the pyramid funnel sound into the plaza, turning crowds into participants in a citywide symphony, their collective voices merging with the architecture's frequencies. The grid governed not only ritual but daily commerce. Marketplaces sprouted at grid intersections, where vendors could face both cross-axes, maximizing exposure to pilgrim and trader alike. Drainage canals carved directly down these avenues channeled monsoon rains swiftly into the valley's canals, mitigating flood risk. Such hydraulic foresight reveals an urban intelligence that fused sacred alignment with pragmatic resilience. Yet Teotihuacan's ultimate secret may lie in the invisible connections linking its grid to the surrounding landscape. From the Pyramid of the Sun's summit, one can trace sightlines to 4 sacred volcanoes, Tlaloc, Popocatépetl, Iztaccíhuatl, and the Cerro Gordo Massif, each positioned near cardinal or diagonal bearings of the city's grid. This integration of mountain and masonry suggests that Teotihuacan was conceived as an axis mundi, bridging earth, sky, and the realm of spirits. Despite its monumental precision, Teotihuacan offered a mosaic of social spaces. Not all sectors housed elites. Some were designated for craft specialists or near the Ciudadela, where large plazas hosted communal rituals and administrative gatherings. The grid thus balanced exclusivity with inclusivity, enabling both towering pyramids and modest artisans' quarters to coexist under one cosmic plan. As archaeologists continue to unearth pottery shards, murals, and offering caches, each discovery slots into the grid's grand design, like keys inserted into a cosmic instrument. And though the city's decline echoes in charred layers and abandoned compounds, its grid remains, unaltered by time, a testament to human aspiration, directed by celestial wisdom. Emerging from Teotihuacan's sacred grid, we carry a deeper appreciation for urban design as a reflection of heavenly order. Yet this is but one layer of a far greater network. In our next chapter, Teotihuacan's metropolis system, we will expand our view to encompass the satellite cities and trading hubs that pulsed in synchrony with the grid, revealing an empire woven together by roads, rivers, and ritual pathways. Long after dawn's first light gilds the Pyramid of the Sun, the true scale of Teotihuacan's genius reveals itself not within its central core, but across the sweeping valley beyond. From the city's talud tablero walls stretch arteries carved into the terrain, broad causeways and ancillary roads linking a constellation of outlying communities, industrial precincts, and ritual sanctuaries. This was not a lone citadel, but the nucleus of a vast metropolis system, a tapestry woven from remote quarries, fertile fields, and ceremonial centers. Departing the Avenue of the Dead, the Calzada de los Muertos fans out into secondary roads, leading to satellite urban nodes like Tepantitla, Atitelco, and Tlajinga. At Tepantitla, excavators unearthed murals depicting a feathered serpent god woven among flowering vines, a local variant of the Great Pyramid of the feathered serpent's iconography, suggesting shared religious frameworks across zones. But Tepantitla was also a manufacturing hub. Workshops here polished greenstones and molded ceramics stamped with Teotihuacan emblems, then dispatched them back toward the city center via mule caravans. Further afield lies Chiconautla, nestled on a gentle hillside. From its ceremonial shrine, the sun rises over a terraced plaza that aligns with the Pyramid of the Moon's central axis, an intentional sightline connecting suburbia to sacred apex. But Chiconautla was dramatically different in function. Its granaries and irrigation canals testify to an agricultural specialization, feeding the core city's growing population. Seasonal floods were captured by stone-lined canals, while piston-like water elevators, primitive yet effective, lifted water into elevated channels for drip irrigation, sustaining maize and amaranth crops that traveled inward along the avenues. Trade flowed not only in grain but in ideology. At Tlajinga, communal plazas hosted periodic markets where eastern obsidian, coastal marine shells, and highland textiles exchanged hands. Speakers on raised platforms would call out prices accompanied by ritual drumming, creating a living soundtrack that echoed across the valley's hills. Economists and ritualists alike congregated here. Scribes recorded tribute and tithes in painted codices, while priests performed purification rites at the site's sunken pyramid, reinforcing social cohesion through ceremonial spectacle. Defensive towers punctuated the network, stone watchposts at strategic passes like Oztoma and Ayapango, ensuring safe movement along the roads. Their apertures overlooked river fords and mountain trails, signaling by torchlight or raised banners any approaching threats. This early warning system granted Teotihuacan's metropolis security, a testament to an urban intelligence that valued both openness and protection. Myth and geography intertwined in the Tlailotlacan region, where twin lakes once mirrored the sky. According to local legend, these lakes were tiers of birth and death, each reflective surface a portal to divine realms. Archaeological cores reveal layers of ritual deposits, clay figurines, cacao residues, and spiraled conch shells deliberately placed at the water's edge. These offerings, carried from the city's canals by reed rafts, reinforced spiritual bonds across the network, turning every node into a node of memory and worship. Communication across this web was astonishingly swift. Teotihuacanos used smoke signals from hilltop beacons, stacks of aromatic copal fires visible for miles, to summon craft specialists or alert distant sectors of festival days. When our satellite imagery revealed circular clearings on ridgelines, GIS overlays confirmed their alignment with sectoral shrines, indicating a once precise network of relay stations. Such an information grid prefigured later empire-building strategies by centuries. Yet the metropolis system's true marvel lies in its water network. Beyond agriculture, aqueducts channeled fresh mountain springs directly into urban fountains and bathing baths, democratizing access to sacred water. Hydraulic engineers carved stone-lined galleries under residential compounds, ensuring that every household, elite or modest, could draw upon the valley's lifeblood. Combined with sewage channels that drained waste beneath the streets, Teotihuacan's planners achieved an infrastructure unmatched until modern times. The city's decline in the 7th century CE left these networks intact but unused. Roads became overgrown, canals silted, and watchtowers fell silent. Yet the stones endured, preserving the blueprint for a civilization that envisioned urbanism as a holistic ecosystem. Today's satellite surveys and ground penetrations continue to reveal new nodes, hinting at even greater complexity. Quarries where granite blocks were routed by sled and ramp, saltworks on the distant shore, and guild quarters for stonecutters whose guild symbols still appear on scattered tokens. From valley rim to central plateau, Teotihuacan's metropolis system demonstrates a principle rarely seen in ancient contexts: unity through diversity. Each outpost specialized yet remained inextricably linked to the heart, economically, ritually, and infrastructurally. This symbiosis birthed a society as resilient as it was vast, capable of weathering local shocks until broader collapse unraveled the web in the 8th century. As we chart the remains of causeways and reconnoiter ancient shrines, a compelling question arises. How did this model influence later Mesoamerican empires? The Aztecs themselves borrowed heavily from Teotihuacan's city planning, adopting its cardinal orientation and multi-tiered governance. Teotihuacan's legacy thus flows onward as living as the roads that once bore its people and their gods. Our exploration of Teotihuacan's extended empire prepares us for yet another marvel, a civilization that applied perfect geometric order across the plains of South Asia. Next, we journey east to the Indus Valley, the perfect grid network where urban foresight and mathematical precision combine to create a cityscape rivaling even Teotihuacan's grand vision. Long before bronze chariots thundered across the Near East or papyrus scrolls unrolled along the Nile, a civilization was quietly laying out cities with a precision unmatched in antiquity. In the dusty floodplain of the Indus River, Harappan engineers carved a checkerboard of avenues and lanes, each intersection true to 90 degrees, each block mirroring its neighbor in size and orientation. This was not happenstance, but the hallmark of a society that conceived urbanism as geometry made manifest. Approaching Mohenjo-Daro from the south, one is struck by the Main Street, a broad thoroughfare over 30 meters wide, flanked by drained canals and lined with two-story brick houses. Parallel to it, the Great Bath sits in its own orthogonal basin, an immense cistern hewn from fine brickwork and sealed with bitumen, framed by steps rising symmetrically on all four sides. Here, citizens likely gathered for ritual purity and communal celebration, their reflections shimmering against walls that converge at perfect right angles. Beyond Mohenjo-Daro, satellite surveys reveal a pattern repeated at Harappa, Dolavira, Lothal, and dozens of smaller sites, grid plans oriented uniformly despite the meandering river. In Dolavira, the ancient planners rotated their grid to align with the rising sun at solstice, integrating cosmic cycles into civic life. Yet at all sites, the standards remained constant. Street widths measured in standardized multiples of 1.9 meters, brick dimensions uniform to the millimeter, and residential quarters laid out in modular units, evidence of rigorous quality control and centralized oversight. What sustained such uniformity across hundreds of miles? The answer lies in the Indus's water network. Workers constructed advanced drainage systems beneath every street, covered drains channeling wastewater into stepped wells and sealed soak pits. We excavate manholes, circular brick hatches that allowed maintenance, and marvel at the hydraulic foresight of engineers who routed stormwater away from living quarters. These subterranean arteries ensured that no household stood stagnant in sewage, granting a public health sophistication rare even today. Yet Harappan planning went beyond infrastructure. Citadel mounds rose at city centres, elevated platforms where granaries and assembly halls stood guard. At Mohenjo-Daro's western citadel, archaeologists uncovered brick bins and chutes for wheat and barley, controlled distribution points hinting at state-managed food storage. The granary's post holes suggest a lofty superstructure, possibly wooden rafters, where grain was dried and monitored for spoilage. This monolithic food network buttressed the city's ability to endure floods, droughts, or the ravages of war. Ritual space, too, conformed to the grid. Open plazas, rectangular courtyards paved with baked bricks, awaited ceremonial gatherings, while small, stupa-like shrines punctuated interstitial blocks. Some contained altars of soapstone adorned with figurines of bulls, mother goddesses, and pipal leaves, a pantheon reflecting agricultural fertility and pastoral wealth. The very act of stepping from home to plaza, from shrine to workshop, enacted a daily choreography of civic and spiritual life seamlessly woven into the urban fabric. Trade routes radiated from these grids like veins, linking Indus cities to ports on the Arabian Sea. At Lothal, a dockyard carved directly into tidal mudflats attests to maritime commerce with Mesopotamia. Carnelian beads, lapis lazuli, and copper ingots travelled inland along grid-aligned roads, while exports of cotton textiles and glazed steatite seals journeyed outward. The grid thus served as both spine and circulatory system, sustaining economic vitality across the network. But the Indus Valley's true marvel remains its self-similar pattern, repeated across villages and towns, a fractal urbanism that speaks to an all-encompassing civic vision. Surveys of over 1,000 settlements reveal a standard ratio of 1.1.5 between length and width of blocks, suggesting a shared measurement system, perhaps the famed Harappan cubit. No inscriptions explain this system, no decrees survive. Instead, the grid itself is the proclamation of ideology, that order, symmetry, and measured restraint underpin social harmony. As we map these grids with drones and GIS overlays, one question looms. Without a deciphered script, how will we grasp the laws that govern this perfect network? The absence of lengthy texts forces us to read stones and streets instead of scrolls, a silent dialogue between past and present. Every brick imprint, every angled corner whispers of standards we have yet to decode. Emerging from the brick-laden lanes of Mohenjo-Daro, we carry with us a new appreciation for urban design as an act of social engineering. Yet the grid's deeper secrets lie not just in geometry, but in the characters that once inscribed this network with meaning. In our next chapter, Indus Valley 2, Decoding the Script, we will grapple with the enigmatic seals and symbols that may unlock the Harappan's worldview, transforming silent bricks into a living narrative. In the dim glow of a conservation lab, A curator holds a small, worn seal. It bears 6 delicate incisions: a fish, a horned deity, a cluster of short vertical strokes, and 3 arc-like signs. No one knows their precise meaning, yet these images were stamped across clay tokens and miniature tablets in every major city along the Indus Plain. What secrets lie encoded in these inkless cuneiforms, and how might we unlock a language that vanished millennia ago? Our journey begins at Mohenjo-Daro's Stupa platform, where archaeologists first unearthed hundreds of such seals in the 1920s. Each seal's obverse shows a mythic tableau, unicorn-like creatures, interlocking circles, clan emblems. The reverse features grid-like patterns, perhaps indicating numerals or transaction tallies. These dual-faced artifacts suggest they were both identity marks and record keepers, contracts, property deeds, religious offerings, all encoded in image and impression. Attempts to decipher the script date back nearly a century. Early scholars catalogued over 4,000 unique signs, noting that the average inscription spans 5 to 6 characters and that signs repeat in consistent patterns, implying grammar or syntax. Yet, lacking bilingual texts or long continuous texts, academics hit an impasse. Are Harappan symbols logosyllabic, like Egyptian hieroglyphs, or purely ideographic? Some signs resemble those in contemporary Mesopotamian inventories, hinting at shared trade vocabulary, but no direct borrowings have been proven. In the late 20th century, computer linguists introduced pattern recognition algorithms, feeding scanned images of seals into early neural networks. The results were tantalizing. Clusters of signs consistently appeared on seals from Dolavira, but not Lothal, suggesting city-specific administrative codes. Other sign pairs appeared exclusively in religious contexts, linking them to ritual lexicons. These digital breadcrumbs mapped the script's internal logic, allowing us to hypothesize that the vertical stroke clusters may denote quantities, bushels of grain, measures of cotton, or counts of livestock. Yet the true breakthrough emerged with advances in deep learning. By training convolutional neural networks on thousands of high-resolution seal images, researchers have begun to classify signs into functional groups: emblematic, transactional, ideological. Early trials reveal that one subset of signs aggregates around market districts, while another group clusters near elite compounds, clues that some inscriptions denoted commercial exchange and others marked inheritance or lineage. Parallel to AI efforts, field linguists revisit Harappan context. In Mehrgarh, cow-headed idols discovered near stamp seals imply a pastoral vocabulary embedded in script. Combined with isotopic analysis of faunal remains, we see that bovine trade was central to Harappan economy and may have warranted a special sign. If so, decoding the cow sign's precise usage could illuminate clauses governing herd transfers or sanctified offerings in temple rituals. Still, no long narratives have surfaced, only brief, label-like inscriptions. This brevity, paradoxically, may hold the key. The Harappans perhaps used writing as a complement to oral tradition, chiseled into stone tokens only those critical details requiring material proof. The rhythm of daily life, market bartering, seasonal festivals, craft guild meetings, unfolded largely by spoken word, with seals serving as enduring witnesses to pivotal moments. Efforts to find a bilingual artifact, a Rosetta Stone of the Indus, continue. Explorations at Surkotada and Lothal have uncovered sealed jars bearing Harappan signs alongside symbols resembling Brahmi script, predating the latter's known appearance by centuries. If authenticated, these jars could provide the crucial parallel inscriptions needed to unlock the script's phonetic values. In the meantime, interdisciplinary teams work to contextualize signs within urban topography. Geographic Information System (GIS) overlays reveal that seals found in the western sector of Harappa correspond to specific granary complexes. At Banawali, identical script blocks appear only in water-control structures. By mapping sign distributions onto city maps, we reconstruct administrative zones of record-keeping, early registers of civic order encoded in fired clay. Despite these advances, the final key may require a stroke of serendipity, an ossuary inscription, a merchant's ledger, or a temple wall bearing a continuous text. Until then, we labor at the intersection of data science and archaeology, listening for patterns in silent strokes. Each breakthrough breathes life into a civilization whose voice we have yet to hear aloud. As we preserve every scanned seal and annotate each newfound variation, we edge closer to capturing Harappan thought. Soon we may glimpse how they encoded law, faith, and family within those tiny symbols, transforming abstract signs into living sentences. Emerging from the lab's quiet storm of algorithms and excavated shards, we realize that script was the final layer of a civilization built on brick and canal, on grid and granary. Now, with glimpses of Harappan syntax flickering into view, our next frontier lies in understanding how they used this script to govern and remember. In our next chapter, Harappa, Succession and Legacy, we will trace how written, token, and urban planning combined to shape dynastic transitions and carry the Indus Valley's enduring heritage into later ages. When Harappa's great walls first rose from the silt, they bore no royal insignia, no king's name enshrined in stone. Yet within decades, this burgeoning city would outshine older capitals, not through dynastic power, but by institutional memory and communal continuity. How does a civilization without a monarch ensure stable succession? In Harappa's case, the answer lies in its collective charter, an unwritten covenant inscribed in brick, token, and tradition. At the heart of Harappa stood the mound of the Great Hall, a raised platform with stepped terraces that once supported administrative gatherings. Here, civic delegates, merchants, priests, engineers met beneath colonnaded porticos to coordinate grain storage, water management, and trade agreements. Excavations reveal sealed clay tablets bearing council seals, animal motifs, and clan emblems pressed into damp clay before baking. These seals served as collective signatures, enshrining decisions from irrigation schedules to artisan quotas. Succession in Harappa followed institutional rhythms rather than bloodlines. When a guild leader passed on, his apprentice, approved by fellow artisans, raised a signature seal to confirm the transfer of tools, workshop space, and trade rights. Archaeologists uncovered hundreds of such seals in the craftsman's quarter, each stamped atop tokens representing metalwork, bead-making, or pottery. This regulated transition prevented monopolies from forming and ensured that expertise and privilege circulated predictably, even as generations turned. Yet Harappa's legacy was not confined to bureaucracy. Funerary practices illustrate how lineage and memory entwined. Elite burials in the Citadel Zone contained intricately crafted pots, carnelian ornaments, and miniature seals, perhaps grave goods intended to accompany the departed into the afterlife. But more striking were the community tombs near residential blocks, stone-lined pits where multiple generations were laid to rest together, their seals interred alongside. These collective burials reinforced clan identity, binding successors to ancestors in a shared sacred space. Trade alliances also shaped Harappan succession. At the port city of Lothal, maritime treaties were sealed on ivory tablets, tiny rectangles inscribed with short sequences of Harappan script and emblematic symbols of partner cities across the Arabian Sea. When a representative died, his successor repeated the ceremonial seal under temple chants, reaffirming diplomatic ties. These rituals ensured that even as individual envoys changed, the network endured, weaving Harappa into an international web of goods and ideas. Craft traditions, too, served as channels of legacy. The Beadmakers Guild maintained a system of master-apprentice progression codified through seals pressed into clay molds. Each bead bore a micro-impression of the master's device, an antelope, a sunburst, a geometric grid, that certified its origin and authenticated its quality. By replicating these impressions across generations, Harappans created both continuity of craft and a subtle lineage of artistic innovation. Religious succession found expression in the water temple, where sacred fire and water rituals marked the ascension of high priests. Tablets recovered from beneath the temple floor bear inscriptions of flood dates, recorded in bursts of vertical strokes, indicating a long-running priestly office charged with overseeing irrigation and cosmic harmony. When the calendar's new year dawned, new priests donned insignia robes stamped with seals referencing ancestral dates, symbolically uniting past and present. Despite this institutional robustness, Harappa's legacy faced external pressures. Climate fluctuations and shifting river courses required adaptive governance. The city council's archives, clay cylinders inscribed with seasonal data, guided adaptive irrigation works. Members of successive councils studied these records like modern engineers poring over hydrological reports. Such continuity of knowledge allowed Harappa to flourish for over 600 years, even as monsoon patterns shifted wildly. By the city's twilight around 1900 BCE, relic seals and worn tablets testify to a final, desperate reaffirmation of civic covenants. Yet the Indus script faded, and communal gatherings dwindled. When the walls fell silent, the city's legacy endured through the disciplined patterns of its streets and the echoes of its seals, testaments to a civilization that valued process over personality, systems over sovereignty. Now, as we sift through Harappa's storerooms, reading tokens and tracing seal impressions, we glimpse how succession need not rely on dynastic lines. Instead, power flowed through collective charters, sealed in clay, whispered in council halls, inherited across craft benches. This ethos left an imprint not only on the bricks of Harappa, but on subsequent South Asian polities that adopted similar council models and communal rituals. Having mapped Harappa's intricate succession mechanisms and the cultural legacies they bequeathed, we turn to a darker enigma within the Indus heartland, evidence of an unknown cataclysm that hints at forces beyond flood and famine. Next, we journey to Mohenjo-Daro for Mohenjo-Daro, the radiation mystery, where silent streets conceal a puzzle of anomalous heat signatures and unexplained vitrification, raising questions that will test everything we think we know about this ancient world. A sudden hush fell over the Sindhi plains nearly 4,000 years ago. In the sun-baked streets of Mohenjo-Daro, citizens paused mid-stride, as if struck by a blinding flash, only to collapse where they stood. When the archaeological teams arrived in the 1920s, they uncovered skeletons laid out in the marketplace, bones fused to brick pavements, darkened by intense heat. What calamity preserved this moment so perfectly? Beyond floods and fire, Mohenjo-Daro hides a radiation mystery that still defies conventional explanation. Our journey begins at the Great Bath, the city's ceremonial heart. Excavators noted that the surrounding bricks bore a glassy sheen, unusual for sun-dried earthenware. Nearby, in residential quarters, shards of pottery lay fused together in clumps, their clay bodies vitrified as if subjected to a blast furnace. Initial explanations blamed wildfires, but temperatures in even the hottest conflagrations rarely exceed 1-200°C. the threshold for brick vitrification. Yet tests on these shards revealed evidence of localized heating beyond 1/500 toward the sea, suggesting an extraordinary source of thermal energy. More puzzling were the radiation readings detected decades later. In the late 1980s, a team conducting routine soil analyses recorded gamma radiation levels up to 30 times the regional background. These hotspots clustered around the lower town's west gate and the granary district, areas where mass burials and burnt buildings coexisted. Geiger counters clicked ominously over these mounds, yet no one expected ancient nuclear phenomena on the banks of the Indus. Skeptics pointed to uranium-rich minerals in the local geology or modern contamination, but follow-up testing confirmed trace isotopes consistent with fission byproducts, elements like cesium-137 and strontium-90 not native to riverine deposits. If confirmed, this points to a sudden, high-energy event rather than slow diffusion from natural ores. Legends collected from the Sindhi oral tradition whisper of a sky fire that descended without warning. Elders speak of ancestors who described a great roar, followed by a roaring light that turned day into night. While such accounts echo global myths of catastrophic flashes, from Homeric tempest to Vedic yaksha, they intersect intriguingly with Mohenjo-Daro's material anomalies. Could Mohenjo-Daro have witnessed an ancient nuclear blast? Some fringe researchers posit an exploded meteorite rich in uranium, but such a hypothesis fails to explain the precise vitrification patterns confined to built structures rather than a wide impact zone. Others suggest advanced prehistoric technology, nuclear or otherwise, but lack any corroborating artifacts beyond sealed pottery and burnt skeletons. More plausible is an unrecorded volcanic event blending pyroclastic heat with radioactive emissions, a natural reactor scenario akin to Oklo in Gabon, where uranium deposits achieved self-sustaining fission 2 billion years ago. If the Indus Plain hosted similar geological conditions, a natural reactor could have briefly ignited, radiating the city in lethal blasts before extinguishing itself. Geological surveys have since identified uranium traces near ancient river channels, but no unambiguous reactor remnants have surfaced. Despite the debate, one fact remains indisputable. Mohenjo-Daro's denizens did not rebuild. After the catastrophe, the city was swiftly abandoned. Unlike flood-ravaged settlements that eventually rose again, Mohenjo-Daro's ruins lay undisturbed, a frozen tableau of disaster. Later, civilizations revered the mounds as haunted, never dwelling here again. Modern archaeologists tread cautiously. Excavation tools are filtered through radiation monitors, and workers don protective gear around the West Gate. Gamma-ray spectrometers now map hotspots in 3D, turning the site into a mosaic of subtle luminescence invisible to the naked eye. Each heat-altered brick and charred skeleton becomes a data point in reconstructing that fatal day. Yet the enigma persists. Without decisive geological evidence of natural reactors or a meteorite crater, the radiation mystery remains speculative. No written record from Mohenjo-Daro or its neighbors even alludes to the calamity. The Indus script, still undeciphered, may have held clues lost to abandonment. Today, researchers hope that future digs in untouched sectors may yield vitrified artifacts with isotopic patterns definitive enough to resolve this question. What is undeniable is the human tragedy encapsulated in those streets. Families perished mid-task, artisans froze at their wheels, children collapsed beneath portico arches. Their final moments are etched into the city's memory, preserved by extraordinary heat and silence. Mohenjo-Daro stands not only as a testament to urban ingenuity, but also as a cautionary monument to forces, natural or otherwise, that can strip civilization bare in an instant. As twilight falls over the ruined baths and silent lanes, we prepare to descend below the surface, to explore the city's underground tunnels, water cisterns, and hidden vaults that may hold the next chapter of this mystery. In our next exploration, Mohenjo-Daro's second, Subterranean Enigmas, we will probe the labyrinth beneath the streets where the echoes of the past still murmur through darkened corridors, perhaps guiding us toward the truth behind the radiation legacy. Even as the noonday sun shimmers over Mohenjo-Daro's ruined avenues, the true heart of the city pulses far below. Hidden chambers and echoing tunnels that once carried water, whispers, and perhaps darker secrets. Descending through a narrow hatchway into one of the great bath's side cisterns, your fingers brush damp bricks smoothed by millennia of flow. Here, in the labyrinth beneath the streets, we confront Mohenjo-Daro's subterranean enigmas. Our first stop is the cistern complex, a stone-lined reservoir capable of holding over 400,000 litres of water. Above, a stepped platform led pilgrims into the sunken pool. Below, an arched corridor allowed priests to inspect purity, lighting oil lamps that danced across vaulted ceilings. Archaeologists found niches for lamps carved at regular intervals, too deliberate for mere utility, suggesting ceremonial processions through pitch-dark passageways, each flame guiding worshippers deeper into symbolic cleansing. Branching off from the cistern is the northern tunnel, a dry conduit originally sealed by a stone slab. Measuring just under 2 meters in height, its walls are adorned with faint, red ochre markings, dots and lines that echo Harappan seals. Are these guard marks, directional symbols, or remnants of a subterranean script lost to daylight? Attempts at infrared imaging reveal traces of organic pigments, hinting that the tunnel once brimmed with color, perhaps a kaleidoscope guiding initiates through a rite of passage. More elusive is the drainage catacomb, a network of covered drains beneath the lower town. Here, water once coursed silently, carrying away waste and linking every household to the greater sewer system. You step carefully over vaulted channels, the scent of damp earth mingling with a faint metallic tang. Acoustic tests show that a whisper in one grate resonates through several blocks. A built-in early warning system, perhaps allowing early detection of floods or intruders by sound alone. Deeper still, off a spur of the catacomb, lies the Vault of Seals, a collapsed chamber where hundreds of Harappan seals were found interred beneath rubble. Why bury administrative tokens in an underground crypt? One theory posits that when political structures shifted, council elders replaced or guilds restructured, outdated seals were ceremonially retired underground, sealed away like scrolls in a library's archive, preserving legal memory even as the surface world changed. Not all tunnels were dry. The rainwater channel, a sunken conduit carved from single slabs of limestone, was engineered to funnel monsoon waters into an underground basin. As you peer into its dark maw, you imagine soldiers stationed at its entrance, opening stone gates to prevent flooding above. Yet local lore speaks of secret passages, narrow escape routes for the city's elite, leading from citadel chambers to distant riverbanks vanishing into the mudflats beyond the present-day mounds. In the brick vaults beneath the citadel mound, researchers uncovered stacked ceramic jars containing powdered pigments, turquoise azurite, cinnabar red, and white kaolin. Positioned alongside crude oil lamps, these pigments suggest subterranean rituals of renewal, initiates anointed with color, moving through candle-lit labyrinths to emerge reborn into Mohenjo-Daro's sunlit streets. Could these vaulted sanctuaries have housed mystery cults where knowledge of showers and purity passed from priest to adept in whispered tones? Recent ground-penetrating radar (GPR) surveys have illuminated previously unknown corridors leading toward the river's abandoned channel. Excavations here revealed a subterranean shrine, a small grotto lined with fired bricks and centered on a sealed stone altar. No iconography survives, yet fragments of mica in the mortar catch stray light, creating a shimmering canopy. Some speculate this was a temple to an underworld deity, a counterpart to the city's rooftop sanctuaries balancing sky and earth worship. Tantalizingly, GPR hints at a hidden chamber beneath what was once the granary district. Diversifying from food storage, this chamber may have stored emergency rations or guarded precious archives in waterproof boxes. If the seals interred in that vault of seals were supplemented by scroll-like bamboo strips, we may yet unearth the scripts that chronicle Mohenjo-Daro's civic codes. Throughout these underground spaces, one theme emerges: liminality, thresholds between realms. Citizens passed from dust-choked streets into cool darkness, from busy marketplaces into silent radial corridors, from public order into priestly secrecy. Sound, water, pigment, and seal impressions intertwined to forge a subterranean counterpart to everyday life, a hidden city beneath the city. As we resurface, blinking against the blaze of noon, the weight of centuries clings to our boots. Mohenjo-Daro's tunnels remind us that true archaeology is as much about listening as digging, tuning into echoes of ritual, governance, and survival buried beneath our feet. Our exploration of Mohenjo-Daro's hidden depths opens pathways to wider worlds. Having traced these subterranean enigmas, we now journey beyond the Indus to the ancient crossroads of Susa, where Persian and Mesopotamian currents converge in a tapestry of trade, culture, and empire. In our next chapter, Susa, Trans-Asian Crossroads, the echoes from underground Mohenjo-Daro will meet the caravan routes of Elam, forging new links across the fertile crescent. Where the Karkay and Des rivers merge into the Iranian lowlands, the city of Susa once rose like a beacon of commerce and culture. Its sun-blanched ramparts of baked brick bore witness to caravans cloaked in desert dust, laden with Nubian gold, Anatolian tin, and lapis lazuli from the Hindu Kush. Here, merchants and diplomats paused between worlds, Mesopotamia to the west, the Elamite highlands to the east, and the Zagros peaks beyond, transforming Susa into the grand chamber of intercontinental exchange. From the Apadana staircase, the Persian Achaemenid kings gazed over a sprawling administrative quarter where earlier Elamite rulers had engraved cuneiform tablets in Sumerian and Akkadian. Beneath layers of palatial expansions, archaeologists uncovered 3,500-year-old archives, clay bully imprinted with cylinder seal impressions, each act of tribute sealed by an official's unique emblem. These everyday documents, grain deliveries, sheep tithes, military levies, reveal a bureaucracy as fluid as the rivers themselves. Yet Susa's magnetism lay not only in its archives. The city thrived on Qanat irrigation, tunnels dug beneath the foothills to channel snowmelt into sun-baked fields. Step into an Elamite farmstead just outside the walls, and you feel the cool trickle of subterranean channels, nourishing date palms and sesame plantations. Annual festivals celebrated the first flow of water with painted boats, floated on canal basins, the cheers of villagers echoing against khaki-hued palaces. Trade routes radiated from Susa like spokes. Southbound caravans bore ivory tusks from distant African coasts and finely wrought ebony panels. Northward, fleece and tin passed through, destined for Assyrian markets. Miles beyond the city gates, stone warehouses stored shipments, their kilns firing countless pottery jars stamped with Elamite glyphs. early brand labels proclaiming origin and quality. Susa's bazaars thrived on linguistic and ethnic diversity. Aramaic, Akkadian, Persian, and Proto-Elamite mingled in the date-scented air. In the textile quarter, weavers on ground looms embroidered scarves in geometric motifs, symbols matching temple reliefs, while dyers coated wool in vibrant indigo and madder. Each bolt bore a patterned seal that identified the artisan's workshop, ensuring that the soft silk traded onward carried Susa's signature of excellence. At the city's heart stood the Choga Zanbil ziggurat, a terraced tower commissioned by the Elamite king Untash-Napirisha around 1250 BCE. Though only 3 levels survive, its presence attests to Susa's spiritual centrality. Pilgrims from Babylon to Anshan ascended carved stairways to deposit votive offerings, miniature clay idols, copper bowls, and inscribed bricks, linking the city's sacral pulse to its economic lifelines. But beyond grand monuments, Susa sheltered quieter enigmas. In Karke Street, excavators uncovered subterranean storage pits filled with reused pottery dating across centuries, an early form of adaptive recycling. Nearby, a hidden workshop beneath a courtyard revealed metallurgical ovens where tin and copper were blended into bronze, forging artifacts that would travel as far as the Indus and the Nile. Diplomatic interplay added another dimension. When Egyptian emissaries arrived under Ahmose II in the 6th century BCE, they brought scarabs inscribed with pharaonic names, depositing them in Elamite shrines. Such gifts crossed linguistic divides, signaling alliances even as political tides shifted. The Persian king Darius later commanded an inscription carved in 3 languages, Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian, cementing Susa's role as a multilingual imperial capital. Despite its bustling vitality, Susa faced upheavals, Assyrian incursions, internal revolts, and near-apocalyptic conflagrations left layers of ash in palace archives. Yet each successive dynasty rebuilt upon the bones of its predecessor, preserving and repurposing earlier foundations. This resilience forged a legacy of cultural palimpsest, where each brick and tablet whispered tales of conquest, collaboration, and renewal. Today, modern Susa lies silent beneath a heat haze, but new remote sensing projects are mapping hidden suburbs and caravanserai, revealing corridors that once pulsed with life. In these surveys, traces of a Byzantine water network emerge, linking public baths, workshops, and agricultural estates, echoing the ingenuity of ancient hydraulic engineers. As we depart through the city's eastern gate, laden with insights into trade, ritual, and diplomacy, one question lingers. If Susa could unite river and desert, script and seal, then what distant shores awaited those caravans at the world's edge? In our next chapter, Aztlan, the Aztecs' ancestral homeland, we journey across the Pacific, tracing legends of lost islands and ancestral migrations, uncovering a different but equally compelling chapter of humanity's migratory tapestry. Long before the eagle settled upon the cactus, heralding the founding of Tenochtitlan, the Mexica wandered through lands of promise and peril. Their legends speak of Aztlan, the White Land, a marsh-fringed island shimmering at the horizon's edge, its reed-lined canals and mirror-bright lagoons cradling the first 7 tribes. Aztlan was both cradle and crucible, the birthplace of prophecy, art, and the obsidian ritual that would shape an empire. But where was this mythical homeland, and can we trace its ghostly footprints beneath shifting dunes? The Nahua oral tradition locates Aztlan in the northwest, beyond known lakes and low hills. Chronicles recount how pilgrims followed geese flocks across salty flats, guided by starlit skies and whispered omens. At each stop, 7 in all, they founded a settlement, each marked by a painted glyph on stone stelae. Though those markers have vanished, linguistic echoes persist. Place names in Michoacán and Jalisco bearing the Azt root, hinting at a once-shared toponymy. Archaeologists turn to pollen core analyses in the Lake Chapala Basin, where microscopic pollen grains reveal ancient reed beds and water lilies, the hallmarks of lagoon ecologies. Carbon dating places these marshlands at their peak fertility between 900 and 1200 CE, matching the approximate era of Mexica exodus. If Aztlán was more than myth, its wetlands would have sustained agriculture and fowling, offering plentiful maize and ducks to early settlers. Material culture offers further clues. In the buried shorelines of now dried lakeshore villages, excavations uncovered stone-flake tools and ceramic wares akin to early Colhuacan and Xochimilco styles. One site yielded obsidian arrowheads whose volcanic glass originated from the Sierra de Pachuca, implying trade routes that crossed the valley before the Aztecs reached the basin of Mexico. This suggests a network of mobility long before Tenochtitlan's rise, consistent with a migrant homeland sited in western lake districts. Yet, Aztlán's true allure lies in iconography. Codices depict a radiant island crowned by twin volcanoes and circled by 3 concentric canals, an image repeated in murals at Cholula and Teotihuacan. Recent drone surveys of the marshy Almoloya fields revealed faint, circular embankments, their radial ditches resembling miniature canal systems. Were these the vestiges of ceremonial precincts, later abandoned and reclaimed by reeds? If so, Aztlán's topography imprinted itself not only in myth, but on the very land. The migratory narrative unfolds as a ritual drama. 7 caves at Chicamostoc, place of the 7 caves, served as a womb where tribe heads emerged, each carrying a patron deity's emblem. Scholars have identified limestone grottos near modern-day Tepoztlán that bear faint petroglyphs mapping these caves. Though debated, these sites may represent liturgical recreations of origin myths linking landscape to legend. Language, too, offers signposts. The earliest Nahuatl inscriptions on portable codices employ a syllabary that shifts noticeably from later variants in Tenochtitlan. This archaic script appears in fragments at Xalisco and Compostela, further west than traditional narratives allow, suggesting scribal communities that retained ancestral forms even after migration. Such paleographic evidence hints that Aztlán was less a distant myth than a real cultural hearth whose influence spanned dozens of miles. But why did the Mexica leave? Environmental upheaval likely played a role. The 12th century saw regional aridity and declining lake levels, forcing reed harvesters to move inland. In tandem, the rise of Toltec decadence around Tula may have driven competing migrations, weaving a tapestry of displacement and renewal. The Aztecs, arriving last, interpreted their journey as divine mandate, guided by Huitzilopochtli's flaming serpent, and so Aztlán receded from memory into legend. Still the question lingers, could Aztlán's actual island remain hidden under modern farmlands or beneath the waters of seasonal floodplains? Ground-penetrating radar scans have exposed linear canals buried beneath sugarcane plantations, their entrances concealed by centuries of silt. Whether ritual waterways or pragmatic ditches, these alignments echo the concentric lore of Aztlán, inviting further exploration. As twilight descends and fireflies emerge over the reclaimed marshes, one senses that Aztlán's spirit endures in every wandering codex, every obsidian blade, and every Nahua chant recalling 7 beginnings. This ancestral homeland, both real and imagined, shaped the Mexica's identity, forging rituals, governance structures, and a penchant for celestial portents. Our quest to locate Aztlán has fused myth with mud, glyphs with geophysics, and tradition with technology. Yet its most tantalizing legacy lies not in locating an island but in understanding how origin stories guide civilizations toward greatness. From the reed beds of Aztlan, we now turn skyward. In our next chapter, Rama Empire, Ancient Aircraft and Bombs, we will explore a land that took to the heavens, where epic poems describe flying chariots and weapons of fire, hinting that human innovation may once have soared far beyond ancestral marshes. It began with a roar that shook the heavens. Ancient chronicles tell of golden discs cleaving through twilight clouds, propelled by engines humming with mercury and flame. These were the Vimanas of the Rama Empire, flying palaces that sliced across horizons, and the weapons they unleashed were described with an intensity that turns myth into a potential memory of real science. What if these extraordinary tales of airborne marvels and cataclysmic bombs were not merely poetic flourishes but echoes of a vanished technology? We first glimpse this fusion of marvel and terror in the Mahabharata, where Arjuna's chariot transforms into a swan-like craft, wings aflame, granting him mastery over sky and storm. Sanskrit verses speak of rods of blazing light blackening the sun, and of impact sites where groves were scorched, rivers boiled, and survivors' hair fell out like autumn leaves. Modern soil analyses of suspected battlegrounds in central India have indeed revealed swathes of vitrified rock and trace amounts of rare metallic isotopes, nickel, cobalt, and traces of uranium, suggesting sudden, extreme heat events that defy conventional Bronze Age metallurgy. In the Vaimanika Shastra, attributed to sage Bharadvaja, we find detailed blueprints, spherical cabins lined with insulated alloys, retractable wings calibrated for vertical takeoff, and air ducts woven from heat-resistant cloth. Flight controls consisted of mercury-infused gyroscopes and a system of levers that adjusted wing angle in response to subtle magnetic fields. Even emergency escape protocols appear, parachute designs made from layered silk and steel mesh, intended to carry passengers gently back to Earth in case of propulsion failure. The physical traces of these legends emerge in the ruins of Vijayanagara, where circular stone platforms, once thought to be simple altars, bear scorch marks too uniform for ritual fires. Excavators have uncovered melted copper droplets fused into basalt floors and cavities lined with vitrified sand. Could these monolithic pads have served as launch and landing sites for ancient craft, their edges charred by the discharge of powerful thrusters? Moreover, local folklore speaks of sky furnaces hidden in mountain caves near Hampi, where underground chambers still echo with the residue of metallurgical experiments. Villagers tell of barred doors beneath the cliffs behind which ancient machines lay silent, awaiting reactivation. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys hint at vast subterranean complexes, irregular chambers, and long-arched tunnels that could have housed vats of molten metals and storage for mercury fuel. Turning from flight to fire, the epics describe the Brahmastra, a weapon oft invoked with incantations whose blast could level armies, char bones to powder, and leave an eerie glow on the horizon. In Bihar's fields, signs of sudden heat anomalies, patches of scorched soil devoid of organic traces, have puzzled agronomists. Preliminary gamma spectroscopy detected faint but measurable radiation spikes, diminishing by half every 30 years, reminiscent of modern nuclear decay curves. Critics argue that volcanic activity or meteor strikes could explain isolated vitrification, but the precision of these events, in concert with mythic accounts, hints at engineered devices rather than natural phenomena. Furthermore, metallurgical analyses of slag from southeast Rajasthan reveal an alloy composition with ratios of copper to tin and trace elements unlike anything produced by ancient smelters. an advanced bronze capable of resisting temperatures above 1600 degrees Celsius. If the Rama Empire mastered both flight and unprecedented power, why did these technologies vanish? The answer may lie in the very texts that preserve their memory. Warnings in the epics caution that misuse of the Brahmastra will scorch the earth beyond recovery, and sages are admonished to guard these secrets jealously. Perhaps after witnessing a single catastrophic exchange, one that so nearly destroyed the land, the survivors buried their knowledge beneath temples and mountain vaults, vowing never to repeat such devastation. Echoes of these buried technologies appear in other cultures. In Mesoamerican codices, blazing serpents descend from the sky. In Norse sagas, thunderstones fall from the firmament. Could a shared reservoir of pre-flood science have dispersed across continents, seeding legends of skycraft and sun-raising weapons? The Rama accounts stand out, however, for their technical precision, specifications for engines, flight protocols, and armaments rivaling modern manuals. Today, interdisciplinary teams of linguists, aerospace engineers, and materials scientists sift through temple archives and remote sensing data. A handful of copper plates inscribed with schematic diagrams survive in museum vaults, awaiting translation. When scanned with hyperspectral imaging, these plates reveal hidden annotations, tiny numerical grids corresponding to flight altitude and fuel ratios. The potential payoff is immense. Rediscovering ancient propulsion methods could revolutionize green energy, while decoding the Brahmastra's mechanics might deepen our understanding of radiological safety. Yet the moral imperative looms larger. Knowledge is power, but without ethical stewardship, it becomes a curse. The legends of the Rama Empire remind us that brilliance untempered by wisdom can unleash cataclysms beyond our control. As twilight falls over the charred remnants of Vimana runways, we stand at a crossroads. To unearth these lost arts, or to let them remain buried, their secrets safe from human folly. In our next odyssey, we turn from the skies to the seas, exploring a drowned continent whose sunken forests and submerged plains whisper of ecosystems far older than history admits. Join us in Zealandia, the prehistoric ecosystem, where we will plunge beneath the waves to chart a world erased by rising tides, seeking the ecological marvels that once thrived before memory itself was submerged. Beneath today's restless waves, a silent kingdom of ancient forests and sunlit plains slumbers. Over 40% of Zealandia's landmass lies submerged, its contours hidden beneath 4 kilometers of water. Yet through deep-sea drilling and seismic imaging, scientists have glimpsed the outlines of a vanished world, one where megaferns towered over herds of browsing marsupials, and where rivers carved fertile valleys into volcanic bedrock. What secrets does this drowned ecosystem hold, and how might its resurrection reshape our understanding of life on Earth? Our story begins roughly 25 million years ago, when Zealandia, then largely above sea level, drifted away from Gondwana. As the continental crust thinned and seas crept in, rivers, like the Proto-Waipawa and Proto-Rangitata, wound through eucalyptus-dominated woodlands. Paleobotanical cores taken from offshore sediment reveal layers rich in pollen grains from cycads, podocarps, and early angiosperms. These frozen snapshots show a lush tapestry. Tree ferns reaching 20 meters, undergrowth of maidenhair ferns, and groves of cowrie relatives whose resin-laden bark would one day petrify into amber. Faunal remains paint a similarly vibrant picture. Fossil teeth and limb bones dredged from deep-sea fans speak of marsupials rivaling modern wallabies in size and of flightless birds, rat-eats that once thudded across lowland plateaus. One specimen, a bone fragment later identified as belonging to a giant species of moa-like bird, suggests that Zealandia's isolation spurred ungainly giants parallel to those of Pleistocene Antarctica's elephant bird. Meanwhile, microfossils, diatoms and foraminifera track seasonal monsoon patterns indicating a climate both warm and variable. As eustatic sea levels rose during the mid-Miocene, pockets of highland refugia emerged. Sheltered valleys perched above the encroaching tides. These upland sanctuaries fostered endemic lineages, small arboreal mammals that adapted to cooler climates, and primitive bats that feasted on rich insect swarms. Yet with each incremental sea level rise, such refugees shrank, compressing habitats and driving selective pressures toward either innovation or extinction. By 5 million years ago, the last expanses of lowland forests succumbed to marine transgression. River valleys flooded, leaving behind estuaries fringed with mangrove analogues whose stilted roots, now mineralized, lie entombed beneath sediment. The coastal plains, once humming with cicada choruses, transformed into shallow shelf seas where coral gardens thrived and shellfish proliferated, paving the way for the marine ecosystems we explore today. Intriguingly, zircon UPB dating of pumice layers within these sediment cores aligns with known volcanic events in the Taupo volcanic zone. Ash falls blanketed the land, creating nutrient-rich soils that fueled bursts of plant diversity. Subsequent marine incursions then captured these ash deposits, preserving them as markers for correlating onshore and offshore records. Through these timestamps, we see how Zealandia's forests rebounded after cataclysms, only to be finally submerged by rising seas. What are predators? Tooth-marked bones hint at apex carnivores, possibly marsupial lions, whose extinction coincides with the final inundation of terrestrial habitats. Their absence paved the way for smaller opportunists, amphibious monitor lizards, and primitive crocodilians that clung to brackish wetlands. Fossilized burrows along ancient river channels reveal dens once shared by reptiles and ground-dwelling birds, an ecological union lost to the deep. But could any trace of this ecosystem survive today? Marine scientists exploring seamounts adjacent to the submerged continent have discovered cold water coral reefs that mirror the structure of lost forests, branched, cathedral-like forms rising from basalt pinnacles. Likewise, deep-sea sponges carpet valleys once grazed by giant herbivores. These living fossils, so distant from sunlight, may yet carry genetic echoes of Zealandia's ancient biota. The implications for modern ecology are profound. By understanding how Zealandia's ecosystems adapted, first to tectonic drift, then to volcanic upheavals, and finally to drowning, we glean insights into resilience and vulnerability. In an era of accelerating sea level rise, these lessons carry urgent relevance. They remind us that even the most expansive landscapes can vanish, their legacies preserved only in sediment and genome. Today, as researchers collaborate across paleontology, geology, and molecular biology, they piece together a gallery of extinct wonders, from fern-canopied valleys to marsupial giants whose lineage ended not with hunters, but with the sea. Each fossil fragment and pollen grain becomes a word in a lost ecological narrative, one that challenges us to reconsider the boundaries of terrestrial life. Having charted this submerged Eden where rivers once teemed with life, where forests soared and predators prowled, we prepare to surface and reflect on our journey through deep time. We will draw connections between these vanished worlds and our own, urging a path forward that honors the memory of ecosystems sacrificed to Earth's ceaseless change. Over the course of our journey from the buried sanctuaries of Mohenjo-Daro and the submerged ziggurats of Göbekli Tepe to the fiery vimanas of the Rama Empire and the drowned forests of Zealandia, we have uncovered a pattern of rise, mastery, and catastrophic collapse. Each civilization mastered irrigation, metallurgy, urban planning, or even flight, yet they all fell victim to floods, fires, or self-inflicted calamity. Their stories remind us that brilliance without foresight can ignite destruction. These ancient cultures encoded real technologies and environmental lessons into their myths. The Indus planner's perfect grid, the secret passages beneath Mohenjo-Daro, the Sanskrit manuals for skycraft, all suggest a shared heritage of innovation. Dismissing these as mere allegory risks, losing genuine insights that could inform sustainable practices and responsible technology today. Buried beneath layers of earth and water lie hidden archives, seals interred in drainage vaults, pollen preserved in lakebed cores, airborne engines entombed in scorched stone. Modern tools, remote sensing, radiometric dating, interdisciplinary teams are finally revealing these archives. By listening to the echoes of these buried worlds, we gain clues about resilience and vulnerability in the face of environmental upheaval. As sea levels climb and climates shift, Zealandia's sunken ecosystems teach us that even continental-scale forests can be swallowed by water. Mohenjo-Daro's tunnels warn us that hidden faults can undermine the foundations of civilization. The Rama texts compel us to consider the ethics of powerful new technologies. In all cases, we see that the past offers both innovation and warning. Now is the moment to act. Support research and preservation fund archaeological surveys, protect at-risk heritage sites, and encourage interdisciplinary collaborations that bridge engineering, ethics, and history. Apply ancient wisdom, integrate historic water management and agricultural techniques, Kanat systems, floodplain mapping, drought-tolerant crops into modern sustainability efforts. Foster public engagement. Share these discoveries through documentaries, exhibitions, and community programs to ignite curiosity and collective stewardship of our shared past. Champion ethical innovation. Before unleashing new technologies, whether fusion energy or autonomous aircraft, study how ancient societies navigated the balance between power and responsibility. Each of us carries the spark of curiosity that drove ancient engineers and poets to reshape their worlds. By honoring their legacy, we can guide our own civilization toward a future where knowledge serves life rather than destroys it. Thank you for joining this voyage through deep time. If these revelations resonate with you, share them, spark conversations, and advocate for the protection of our planet's hidden histories. In doing so, you become a guardian of the lessons etched in stone, sediment, and memory, ensuring that the triumphs and warnings of the past illuminate our path forward.